All right, here we go on another Saturday. We're with you for the next 5 hours. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on Westwood One Sports. NFL preseason action taking place during the show today. In fact, 7 games will take place here on a Saturday. We will discuss a couple of the marquee battles, I would say. Not necessarily matchups, right? I don't think anybody cares to say about the result of these games, but within those games, there's some battles that we're all going to be keeping an eye on. Most notably, the Cleveland Browns in action today. Deshaun Watson will get the start. Preseason game number 2, we'll be expecting to see Shedeur Sanders get the start, but that is one of the battles going on. We also, earlier this week, Austin saw Cam Ward get some action. Fernando Mendoza made his Raiders debut. We're going to get into all that throughout the show. Plus, we will fill you in on some of the other storylines in the NFL, including people that really want their number to never be worn, even if they did not win a national championship at their respective school. That's the thing. I don't know if Austin told Missouri in his playing days that, hey, no other walk-ons can wear my number. No other walk-ons can do that in Columbia.
I'm gonna be honest. I was really, really offended when Kansas City's own Nick Bolton rocked my 32 after I left. I was a little disappointed in that, and I did send a cease and desist to my alma mater, but I don't think they've gotten it yet. I don't know. It must have been gotten lost in the mail room somewhere there.
Yeah. Jaden Daniels wants his Heisman Trophy returned. I don't know. Austin wants, I don't know what they asked you, what you'd be asking in return. I'm not sure. Just the practice jersey or something. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe like something from the cafeteria there for sure. Food item always goes well to make me appeased.
So we will talk about Jaden Daniels at some point today. Just a bizarre, unnecessary story that he and his team / mom, I guess, decided to create here right before the start of the NFL season. You guys, you know the drill by now, can watch the show as well as listening on our affiliates across the country. You can watch over on YouTube and Twitch. Just search BetMGM tonight. The chat is up over there. Our producers keep an eye on that. They'll pass along any of your comments. And again, you can always interact on social media as well. At Alex Gold, at Alex KC Gold, at Austin Huff. And, of course, the talk and text line, 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. Let's get started, though, with what we saw a couple nights ago, though. The Raiders in their preseason action and what we saw from Fernando Mendoza. Kirk Cousins got the start. He actually looked pretty sharp in his first action in a Raiders uniform. He had the touchdown drive, 5 for 6, 50 yards. But, of course, nobody really cares about that. It's more about how did Fernando Mendoza look. He was 10 of 16, 97 yards and a touchdown in the Raiders' 27-14 loss the other night to the Cardinals. We can get to some of his post-game comments in a bit. But do you think there's anything Fernando Mendoza can do here in the preseason that changes when he starts, right? Like maybe you think there's a chance he starts a week earlier, but I don't think no matter what he does, there's any scenario where he's starting week 1 for the Las Vegas Raiders. I mean, other than Kirk Cousins getting hurt, Mendoza could look perfect the next 2 preseason games, and I don't think there's a scenario where he's starting.
Okay, so can he and or should he are 2 very different questions, right? Like, because can he, you know what? I wouldn't put anything past the Las Vegas Raiders. Like, because as the buzz grows, obviously he's the number 1 overall pick. He's got all of the buzz in the world coming into this training camp. And if he goes out and he lights up the world, and he did look very good the other night. If he comes out and just looks amazing, you're going to get that buzz. You're going to get that pressure. You're going to get, coaching staff conceding to the what people want. And what people want is, usually blends in with what Mark Davis wants, right? Like, I feel like if he says, no, we got to start our rookie number 1 overall draft pick week 1, then they're going to have their hand forced. Now, should he? I don't think he should. We've talked about this since before he was drafted, right? Like, even after they signed Kirk Cousins, we were like, this is perfect. This is your outlet. This is your excuse not to start him, and let him sit, let him learn, let him, get acclimated to the speed of the NFL, which is far different than the speed of even the Big Ten. Like, it's literally like it's a completely different game. So look, I think that no matter what he does, I don't care if he goes out and he puts up 5 touchdowns on 5 straight throws in the next
Right.
preseason game. It should not matter. Like I talked about it a couple weeks ago on the list, right? Like do not overreact to anything you see in preseason, the goods or the bads. It's practice. These are practices, glorified practices. Do not overreact. And I'm worried that if Fernando Mendoza continues to impress, I could very well see the Raiders making a dumb decision.
Yeah, so I hear you. The Raiders definitely are known to to do that at times, but I also think this is an organization that, with the quarterback at number one overall, I don't think they're going to push this to where it's week one. Now, I agree with you on the pressure. To me, that is more Kirk Cousins week one looks terrible, let's say.
Right.
That's
Right.
when, to me, the pressure ramps up on Kubiak, the front office there, and that they believe that they should be starting Mendoza. I think the earliest, honestly, Austin, that we see Mendoza is going to be week 4, week 5. I believe that's first week of October. So they actually happen to be playing a division rival in Kansas City and Vegas. I could see the NFL, just how the script always seems to work, where that ends up being his first
Yeah.
start. It feels too perfect, but I'll put it at a 1% chance Mendoza starts anytime before week 2.
That's par for the course, and it usually that like week 4, a team starts off 0-3, maybe 0-4, and all of a sudden they feel pressure to change things up and send a message to the locker room. And I just don't think they should. I think they should take that part or that option out of their arsenal. Just don't even think about it. Just assume Kirk Cousins is your guy. And Clint Kubiak has the leverage here. Like he's like Clint Kubiak, barring any disastrous effort, he's not going to get fired after year 1. So
Right.
you have the leeway. You have the leeway to sit your guy. Consider it an investment, right? It's like you get money for your birthday in your birthday card, right? And you want to go out and spend it right away. No, sit on it. Put it in the bank. Make an investment. Let it accrue. Get those interest rates, and then take it out a year later when it's even more money than you got initially, right? Like it's better. It's better for you. That's what the Raiders need to do with Fernando Mendoza.
Their schedule, for those that are wondering, they open up at home on the 13th of September against the Miami Dolphins. Then they go to LA to take on the Chargers. Then they go to New Orleans to take on the Saints. Then they're back home against the Chiefs. And I do think there's the business element too. Mendoza, you don't want him to make his debut on the road. You want that to be at home. So you got to look at the
Sure.
different home games along the way. So he's not starting the opener. So the next opportunity is Chiefs Raiders. After that, the next home game would be Bills versus Raiders or Rams Raiders. And that's again also in October. I'll be shocked by the end of October.
Oh my gosh.
If Mendoza it has not started. Although, look, maybe Kirk Cousins, because I still think Kirk Cousins, people like to bag on the guy. I think there's a chance that he can at least look serviceable. And if he does, this could drag out a lot longer. They signed Kirk Cousins for a reason, not just to kind of groom Mendoza a little bit. And they're both very similar personalities, kind of dorky, quirky guys, right? That are all about football. But I think you don't sign Kirk unless you are planning on him starting more than 2 or 3 games.
Well, and Kirk Cousins historically always comes out of the gate hot, right? Like it's always like the first 4 or 5 weeks, like, oh wow, Kirk Cousins, he's finally putting it back together. And then it's like usually that week 5, week 6, when it's like, oh yeah, he comes crashing back down to earth and becomes the Kirk Cousins that we've seen in the latter years rather than the early years. How funny would it be though if the Raiders say, you know what, Fernando Mendoza, why don't you step into my office? Clint Kubiak sits him down and he says, hey, Fernando, we're going to start you this week, okay? I've already talked with Kirk. You're going to be our guy. We want you to lead us out there. You be the man to lead us to our first win of the season. And he's like, all right, I will do, coach. He's like, and he checks the schedule and he's like, wait a minute, we're playing the Rams this weekend. I have to go up against. I have to go against Myles Garrett. I have to go against maybe Aaron Donald. Like I have to go against that defense. No, thank you. Go back to Kirk.
Yeah, that would not be the soft landing spot for Fernando Mendoza. These are all things that you have to consider if you're the Raiders. Whenever you do have that debut game for Mendoza, you would like to have a soft landing spot. for him to begin his NFL career. And so much of this is going to be dictated not only on Cousins' performance, but do they actually have a run game this year? That offensive line was so brutal for the Raiders, where Ashton Genty just didn't have much of a shot. Brock Bowers wasn't healthy. That wide receiver room is still just abysmal. And the reason why I think you also start Kirk Cousins is you got to have your O-line prove to you that they can protect the quarterback. You do not want to have this become a David Carr situation where you come in like he did with the Texans, and that dude just got absolutely annihilated throughout his rookie season. And that can ruin a guy's career. It really can. I mean, it can really ruin it. And so that's another aspect to this. Have that offensive line feel like they can at least protect your guy. No matter what, it's going to be a tall task, right? Kirk Cousins or Mendoza, because the wide receiver room, if you want to throw Brock Bowers into that grouping, fine. But the wide receiver room is brutal. I mean, Jalen Naylor, I think, is their number 2 receiver there. It's a really rough group. Dante Thornton Jr., who they drafted a year ago, is trending towards not being much of a factor. I think Trey Tucker is basically the number 1 wide receiver. It's a rough wide receiver room in Las Vegas.
As a Tennessee Titans fan, unfortunately, I have to admit that up front. It's part of, it's the first step in my 12-step process of being a Titans fan. But I essentially have my PhD in really bad wide receiver rooms. And yes, I can put my stamp of approval in that Raiders wide receiver room. It is bad. It is really bad. In fact, for a second there, I thought I was looking at a Titans depth chart for a while. Like I was like, who and what is that? Okay, yeah, that's so. My condolences to both Kirk and Fernando, no matter who is playing at any week this season. Because it's like, yeah, they can throw the ball, sure, but it's like, is there going to be anyone there to catch it? Only time will tell.
It's the worst receiving room in the NFL. I really think that. I mean, I think we can go through the bottom couple teams in the league and compare. But if you go through in the top of my head, you think about teams number 1s. Let's just start there. Trey Tucker, I feel fairly confident in saying is the worst number 1 wide receiver for any team in football. If I think about some of the bad teams we think, we think that, for example, the Cardinals are going to be terrible. They still have Marvin Harrison Jr. in that wide receiver room. We think a team, for example, like the Miami Dolphins are going to be terrible. Maybe they're in the running with their wide receiver room.
I was going to say that was literally
that might be the only one. That might be the only other one, man. I mean, even your Tennessee Titans at least have Carnell Tate now.
Yeah, Carnell Tate. They got Calvin Ridley, Alec Iomanner. If you are playing fantasy football this year, honestly, pick up Alec Iomanner. And that sounds like I'm saying a joke, doing a bit. No, that is Cam's number 1 guy, even with Carnell and with Calvin Ridley. Like, he's going to get a lot of balls thrown his way. I believe he led the Titans in receiving touchdowns last year. He's going to that is a sleeper dude that you should pick up in like round 5 or 6 of your NFL fantasy football draft.
All right, you mentioned the Dolphins. I pulled up their depth chart. So they definitely have a case here with the Raiders for the worst one. So their number 1 is former Cowboy Jalen Tolbert. Then it's Caleb Douglas and then Malik Washington. That's the wide receiver top of the depth chart, at least, for the Miami Dolphins. I would say that that's in the running right there with the Raiders for the worst wide receiver room.
Yeah. Look, should we do this? Should we I think we should have, a lot of, shows will have their power rankings every week, like, oh, we got an update in our power rankings. We're going to come back with it next. We should do whatever the opposite of a power ranking is, but for wide receiver rooms in the NFL, and just based off of performance, just every week we update who's the worst, and we just keep a running tally of this, because look, when everyone else is going to zig, we're going to zag here on BetMGM Game Day, right? We're going to do the different. We're not going to talk about the best. We're going to talk about the worst. Okay, we're going to shine a light on just the god awful in the NFL.
We could do toilet wide receiver rankings on a weekly basis if you would like. We can just start doing toilet rankings. We can get our graphic team to come up with something, and we can do that. We'll add that. We got the list, and we'll do toilet rankings the hour later.
There we go. Yeah, I love it. Look, anything toilet, I'm in.
Anything toilet. Austin's looking for that toilet sponsorship very quickly. I didn't know. Right? Look, you've got
a reminder.
Multiple. Austin's got 7 bathrooms in his house, so he needs them.
Reminder: I am a Titans fan, so I'm used to all things toilets, right? Like I just real bad, just doo doo.
All right, up next, guys. We're just getting started here on BetMGM Game Day. Let's keep talking a little preseason football. I mentioned there are 7 games taking place across the NFL today. Let's start with one of the early games, less than an hour from now. We got the Browns in action. We care about that quarterback competition. That's why we're going to talk about them. Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders. We'll do that next.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
The Jonas Brothers will be going down under, performing halftime for Rams 49ers.
This segment is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. We're just getting started here on BetMGM Game Day. Coming up in about 25 minutes or so, we'll get to the list, a new item or person perhaps that we're adding to the list this weekend. Anything sports, non-sports that's been bugging us. You guys could also submit a couple maybe that you think should be added to the list over on YouTube and Twitch. Just search BetMGM Tonight. For example, these are some of the past things that have been added. Super Bowl commercial teasers, the price of greeting cards, the phrase giving 110%, the awkward day off after opening day. As we always joke, people can end up on this list. Austin put Tom Brady on the list a few weeks ago. We've got Bill Barnwell from ESPN after his rankings last week. And the Dominican model who tried to kidnap me in the DR about a month or so ago.
Look,
so you never know. Anything
doesn't get talked about enough. Yeah, between that Dominican model that tried to kidnap you and Vanessa in Pittsburgh, Alex has got this off the air life that I want to tap deeper into more, and we get a little bit of that in the list every single week. It feels like.
Yeah, so I don't have anything crazy, I'll be honest, to add to the list this week, but we'll see. I'm going to Vegas in like 2 weeks, so maybe I'll
there we go.
Some fresh content to bring to the table after a trip to Vegas. But let's keep talking some preseason football here on Westwood One Sports. So we've got 3 games in the early slate, 1 o'clock Eastern. Panthers at the Bills, Browns at the Bears, Vikings at the Giants. Those are 3 of the 7 games we're going to get. Start with the Browns-Bears game, and the reason why we do that is because that's where the more intriguing quarterback situation is, or the only intriguing, I should say, quarterback situation is of the early games. That's the fact that Deshaun Watson will start at quarterback for the Browns. Shedeur Sanders is expected to start next week in their preseason game, which will be against the Buffalo Bills. So Deshaun gets the first crack at this. This has been one of the times where I actually buy into it being a true quarterback competition. Like, you and I never bought the Minnesota Vikings, J.J. McCarthy, Kyler Murray quarterback room truly being a competition. And it ended this week, by the way. They stopped pretending, and they announced that Kyler Murray is going to be the week 1 starter. I know we're going to talk about him a little bit later on and what it means for J.J. McCarthy's future as a backup and whether or not any other team would ever be willing to give up a draft pick. But as it pertains to this, like, this is a real competition. I truly think Todd Monken, the head coach of the Browns, still does not know for sure which quarterback he wants to start week 1. Now, he might lean a certain way, and I still, if I had a bet on it, I believe Deshaun Watson's going to start week 1. But as I've said throughout the offseason, I believe both these quarterbacks will start multiple games in 2026.
Well, and it should be, right? Like, it should be a true quarterback competition. Because the last time we saw Deshaun Watson spin the rock, it was not great at all. And Shedeur Sanders, to his credit, I know, he's kind of a lightning rod of a player. You either love him or you hate him. But you have to admit, he played well last year when given the opportunity. Like, he was a decent starter on a really bad Browns team. So I don't see why there shouldn't be a competition here. I think, Deshaun Watson does really need to earn not just his respect back. He needs to earn trust back with everyone in that locker room. And I think it starts by proving that you've got what it takes to beat out, because if he is good, if he's as good as his contract says he is, this should be no competition for him. But we've seen him play, and we know that this is not the Deshaun Watson that was in Houston, literally running rampant and making that team a perennial playoff team. This is a Deshaun Watson that has gone through some things off the field that we all know about, and that has really probably gotten overpaid, one of the worst contracts in NFL history, and came out and just played like an absolute dud. So, yeah, I think, look, I'm interested to see how he plays today. Again, I'm not going to read too much into it one way or the other. If he does come out and he plays terrible, maybe I'll crack a few jokes online. But outside of that, I'm not going to buy into it at all because, again, it is still, training camp. It's preseason, right? Like, you don't want to sway one way or the other. But I am interested to see how he plays comparatively to Shedeur.
I do think, though, when we're talking about a real competition, I do think the results of preseason matter way more than, hey, it's pretty clear that there's not a QB battle. We were just talking about Las Vegas, where Mendoza and Kirk Cousins, like Kirk is starting week one. Mendoza looks amazing. I don't think there's anything that would shift. Whereas in Cleveland, if Deshaun Watson looks amazing, I do think that locks in the number one job for him, or the opposite. If Shedeur Sanders looks amazing. But I don't think anybody's excited about either of these quarterbacks. I mean, you said it with Deshaun. I mean,
Yeah.
we are years and years removed from Deshaun Watson being one of the better quarterbacks in football. I mean, there's no coming back from to that or coming back from everything that happened. The question is he good enough to win a quarterback competition with a guy that was drafted in the 5th round? That you're right. At times he looked good last year, but it's not as like he set the world on fire either. Talking about Shedeur Sanders. I mean, both these guys to me are not the starting quarterback next year for the Cleveland Browns. Like that's we're just talking about a stopgap here.
Yeah, right. No, and I think that's a great point to make, and it's important reminder for all of this. But let me ask you this, because you go out to Chiefs camp pretty regularly. Obviously, your day-to-day job is working for the Chiefs radio affiliate in Kansas City. It's been about 10 years since I've been out to a training camp. But I want to ask you, when it comes to a quarterback battle, and obviously I don't think you've had a quarterback battle in Kansas City in, over a half decade, right? Like it's been a minute since you guys have had a quarterback battle. But do you think that it is won in the actual games themselves, or do you think it's won on the practice field? Because obviously I think obviously both factor into it, right? But if you've got a guy that is literally zipping the ball in practice day in and day out, and then he goes out and he lays a dud in a preseason game, do you think those practices outweigh the games, or do you still think the games are the ultimate outlier, like the ultimate, like the how you grade the test essentially?
No, it's a good question. I don't know how, obviously, Todd Monken operates. I can just tell you, like, from my perspective, I've been to plenty of training camps where I have seen individual players look amazing at a practice, at training camp, and then come the games, and ultimately, when they have an opportunity, even in the regular season, they just don't have it. It's the same thing as, Austin, the early portion of training camp when they're just in shells, they're not in pads. There's some guys that look awesome, and there's some guys that look terrible, and you're like, oh, my gosh. And then the pads go on, and then you find out, okay, no, this defensive lineman actually, now that's quote-unquote real football, that dude can play. So I think the game, is for a quarterback when you're going up against a defense, even if it's simplistic, that doesn't know what you're trying to do. I mean, at these practices, there's Steve Spagnuolo, if you're using the Chiefs example, like Steve Spagnuolo, Andy Reid, Eric Bieniemy, they know what everybody's trying to run here. I mean, there's players that can kind of cheat the system, I feel like, a little bit and know what's coming. You can't do that as much in a game. So I put a ton more stock for a quarterback in his decision-making in preseason than I ultimately do in practice, assuming they're doing, right, like the basic stuff. Right?
Sure.
They're completing the correct reads in practice, and they're able to do the right checks at the line of scrimmage and that kind of stuff. But the actual in-game performance, I mean, I think we know there's plenty of quarterbacks in this league that, like, when it comes – where the lights are on, like they just perform. And so there's something to be said for that too.
Yeah. No, it's a good point. Cause it's like, we don't see, obviously, as fans, like we're not seeing the day to day at camp every single day. We're not seeing what the coaches see. And, I always think about, just like the kind of quarterbacks, like, man, he can put so much on his passes. And then you go out in a preseason game, you're like, wait, where the hell has that been? And I'm sure it happens all of the time at every position, not just the quarterback position. But I'm curious. Yeah. I'm interested to be like, and obviously they factor all of it in when making these decisions, but I'm wondering if like one, just kind of outweighs the other. If they're thinking, yeah, well, if we don't want a quarterback that has, what I call game slippage, right? Where it's like you practice amazing, but then when the lights get turned on, you kind of, are left shaking like shaking in your boots. So not knowing what to do.
Do you think, though, and then maybe Todd Monken in Cleveland, as a coach, he's not thinking that. I brought this up as more probably of a fan and a media perspective, but I think if you start Shedeur Sanders week one and he's not good after 5 or 6 weeks, then pivoting to Deshaun Watson just does absolutely nothing. There's no future there. And
right.
At least if you start Deshaun week one, there's this scenario where by week 6 you do go to Shedeur, and I guess there's an ounce of hope maybe. Like I'm someone that doesn't think either guy is starting. As I said, next year for the Browns, I think they will draft a quarterback and move on from both these guys. But
which would be like the fourth
hope.
quarterback they've drafted in the last 2 years, basically, or their last 3 years, right? Like it just, just the Browns consistently go into that quarterback well. But sorry, go on.
No, you're right. Yeah, it just, to me, I don't think I think it's way more likely you start with Deshaun and then pivot to Shedeur Sanders. Because if Deshaun can't win this battle, to me, you might as well just start Dylan Gabriel again, who stinks. Like, you might as well start anybody. Right. There's no point. If Deshaun Watson can't win a quarterback competition at this point in his career, there is no future for him.
Right. No, and it's in a way kind of like a microcosm of what's going down in Vegas, but it's like the Cleveland version, right? Like it's, you want to start with Kirk and then turn to Fernando. You don't want to start with Fernando and then turn to Kirk because that's just a wash of a season. It's the same thing in Cleveland. I think that's a great point. Like if you're going to start Shedeur, you better hope Shedeur is playing all games, because it would be completely, it'd be well within the realm of Cleveland Brown decision making, it feels like, but
yeah,
like you should not go back to Deshaun Watson if you start Shedeur, because it's just gonna, you're right, it's basically throwing away the season, and then you're telling your entire fan base, hey, neither of these guys are working, and we have to go back to the quarterback drawing board again, which is like the last thing Browns fans want to hear. Like I sympathize with Browns fans, man. Like it's like, it just seems like they're just stuck in this perpetual like terrible decision making got us here in the first place. Like the Deshaun Watson contract never should have happened, right? Like none of that ever should have happened. Drafting Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders in the same draft never should have happened, right? Like it's just the results of their own decision making that led us here. But I just feel bad for Browns fans, because they're like the kids in a the kids of like two parents that just don't get along, right? They just have to sit there and take it all the time and just sit and watch it. And it's like, they don't deserve this.
And also, for those that are sicker than others, if you're wondering, the Browns are a 3-point favorite coming up at 1 o'clock against the Chicago Bears over at BetMGM. The total for the game, 40.5. I did bet the Hall of Fame game, and I did the total. I told you that was just to make sure the betting apps were working. But
right. Oh, yeah.
I will not be betting on any preseason football.
I'm just testing it out. I think you can tell, for anyone listening, I think you can tell which one of us, between Alex and myself, which one of us is the single guy and which one of us is the married guy. The guy just like, just laying down some bets for the Hall of Fame game is, he doesn't have to run that by, hey, honey, I'm just going to throw $50 down on the Hall of Fame game real quick.
Yeah, it was not. I will tell you this: it was a very small wager. It was a very, very small wager on that. I guess this is always what I wonder as someone that is not married. Legitimately, it probably varies couple to couple. But if you were to just go on BetMGM and put $20 down on the Bears-Browns game, and your wife saw a little deposit to BetMGM or whatever, would she say something, or like would it truly just not matter?
20? No. Because what's funny is every day I open up the front door and there's an Amazon package, or there's a delivery from Lululemon or something, right? So like lately I've earned myself some leeway where, like, if I wanted to go, I'd say 50. If I started going like 75 to 100, that's when I'd be like, well, actually no, I would sneak a 75 past the goalie, but $100 when we get to triple digits on a wager, that's when I'd have to be like, hey, honey, I'm gonna be doing this, and she'd probably say no, and if maybe I would do it anyway, and then if I lost, I just wouldn't tell her, but if I won, I certainly would tell her. I'd be like, hey, grab a sitter, we're going out to dinner on me tonight, babe.
Yeah, then she's fine with it. Then she's completely fine with it.
Because then she can get more Lululemon.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, they're the two other preseason games. The only other one in the early window, we can talk about the games later on today in a bit, but that same window, Vikings-Giants, Panthers-Bills. I think the Vikings-Giants is more intriguing than Panthers and Bills. Yes, Josh Allen is going to start for Buffalo today, but that Giants game, we now know it looks like we're going to see Jackson Dart, also Odell Beckham Jr., if you want to see if there's anything left in the tank for him. He could end up, I guess, being more of a factor if Malik Neighbors ends up not being fully good to go early on in the season. He's not healthy. We all know he had another cleanup procedure on the knee this offseason. On top of it, it's something to watch for the Giants with their brand new head coach in John Harbaugh. I want to see what Dart looks like. I also do want to see what the rest of the wide receiver room looks like for the Giants, because it is very important. If Malik Neighbors is not going to be that guy until, let's say it takes until November just to look like Malik Neighbors again, and there's a real possibility that that's the case, well, then let's see what a guy like Beckham looks like. They also signed Juju Smith-Schuster this offseason. What do those guys look like?
Well, first of all, if you're going to say it, you got to say it right. It's the New York Giants. It's the New York Giants.
New York Giants.
The New York Giants, gentlemen. It's the New York Giants.
Thanks, John.
I'm so excited.
Thank you, John.
I'm so excited for the Harbaugh era at New York, because
right,
I
coaches?
feel like it's going to go it's going to be one. Yeah, wake up, coaches in the back. I'm adding you to my script here. That's going to go one of two ways. It is going to be great for New York, and they're going to be, one of those worst to first teams in the NFL, or it's going to be laughably bad. And it's not just going to be bad; it'll be laughably bad. So, I'm really excited to watch the New York, the New York Giants, the New York Giants.
Yeah, and then we got Minnesota, and I know we have actually a segment to fully talk about Kyler Murray, but that's the headline around them right now, is that Kyler Murray is the quarterback for them. Week 1 of the season, he won the quarterback job, and I'll use air quotes, I guess, for that if I could, because I don't think any of us ever believed the competition, but we'll talk more about Kyler. But we'll see how Kevin O'Connell handles the preseason with that quarterback room. At this point, you might as well just play J.J. McCarthy to see if you can't showcased him a little bit, although we saw how that went for the Colts, a couple nights ago. They tried to showcase Anthony Richardson, and he had an interception and a fumble, although the interception, I think, was more the receiver that kind of dropped the ball that led to the pick. But still, the Colts are trying to showcase a backup in their own right.
Yeah, well, and speaking of showcasing your quarterback, we've talked a lot this offseason about Jalen Hurts and the situation in Philadelphia and how he's not fully trusted there. I absolutely loved this week the Eagles Twitter admin tweeting out a video of Jalen Hurts throwing an interception in practice. Like, so unnecessary. You did not need to post that, even if you are hyping up the corner who made the pick. It doesn't matter. Like, your quarterback has been going through the ringer this offseason, and here you are, like, oh, hey,
that's
check him
the
out,
thing.
getting picked off.
That's the thing. Yeah, Quinyon Mitchell, like, yes, you can show defensive highlights, but not when the narrative has been what it's been about you as an organization right. and your quarterback and how big of a year it is, and the articles that came out, right, with quotes clearly from inside the organization about how they felt about Jalen Hurts. Yeah, that was – I've never seen a social media team make things more difficult for their own team. That's bizarre.
It doesn't makes no sense whatsoever. But you know what? As a person who, like, I feel like that little girl in that one meme of where the house is burning down behind her and she's just looking back at the camera, with that slight grin on her face. That is me with with that whole situation. I'm just like, look, I'm here to watch it. Like, I'm just here to watch this place burn.
All right, coming up next, let's get to the list. An item or a person or two that we are adding, sports, non-sports, that's bugging us. We'll do that next here on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. The action starts here. Westwood One Sports.
There's still 2 QB battles ongoing.
Austin, I Austin, I know you have takes on Pat McAfee's album, right?
BetMGM players will receive an MLB Odds Boost token and an MLB Parlay Boost token over at BetMGM. To use the token, just add MLB bets to your bet slip and then activate the respective token. If you win your wager that was made with either token, you will receive extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on BetMGM Game Day. Again, you can listen to the show on affiliates across the country. Of course, the Odyssey app, the Westwood One Sports app, and on SiriusXM channel 375. And you can watch the show on YouTube and Twitch. Just search BetMGM tonight. All right, let's get to the list, something we do each and every week here on the show at this time. Sports, non-sports, can be an item, can be an individual, can be anything that we add to the list. As we've said the last couple of weeks, these are the last like 4 or 5 things we've added. Austin added an airport worker. We added Bill Barnwell, people who overreact to training camp. We added the head of FIFA and Infantino. We've also had the fact that people film fireworks shows on the list. That's the last month or so. I'll start. This one is probably a sign of me, Austin, of just being that older, grumpy guy now, and I don't like it, but here we
Come
are.
On. This is what it's here for. This is what this is here for.
It is summertime, okay? And so a national gym chain that might have a color scheme of purple and yellow, I go to. And when I go there, it's no problem with it. But for the last 2.5 months, they have a promotion going on, which I'm sure I would have loved back in the day when I was a teenager. But now it drives me crazy. They allow teenagers to go to the gym for free during the summer. And I'm sure they're hoping these kids will sign up and keep going with, whatever. I'm sure as it works out for them. But the problem is, A, the gym is way busier for those of us that have been going all the time. And the teenage kids just sit on their damn phone in between reps and take 5 minutes between a damn set because they are on their phone the whole time. Therefore, the gym takes way longer for me in the summer months because I'm waiting to use a particular machine, for example. So I guess I'll put teenagers at that national gym chain during the summertime, the fact that we're allowing them to go for free.
Yeah, you and I believe, endorse the exact same gym on our Monday through Friday jobs. So I completely understand. Next time it happens, I say just sound the lunk alarm on them, right? Just really wake them up.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. It must work. It must be a good business model for them.
Yeah. All right, I'm ready to add something to the list, and I'll start here. Dun dun. The thing I am adding to the list this week is Netflix carrying great sporting events. Okay, look, it's bad enough we had to put MLB opening night on Netflix. Then they gave us the Home Run Derby on Netflix. And then this week, we got the Field of Dreams game on Netflix. And after years of being on Fox, it was quite startling. It came behind the paywall of the same streaming format that gave us the Kissing Booth 1, 2, and 3. Look, Netflix is supposed to be about endless scrolling, not airing the things we know we want to watch. Bad enough the rest of the season is on the rest of the NFL season is on YouTube for nearly half a G, $480 just to watch football on Sunday Ticket. Real quick side note, side tangent. Does anyone remember when we actually used to watch football for free? Am I dating myself here that I'm old enough to remember when we could watch sporting events for free and not just behind some streaming paywall? Look, it's not just the unnecessary cost; it's the production value too. On MLB opening night, you needed a magnifying glass to read the score bug on Netflix. During the Field of Dreams game, the score bug then overcorrected itself and was crowding the box more than Kyle Schwarber. Meanwhile, when Fox aired the game, the production looked clean. It looked nice. It fit with the aesthetic of the Field of Dreams game. And I know this because I could watch it without having to subscribe to a streaming service. And adding every major analyst from every major channel doesn't make your coverage better. It seems like every day we find out some retired player or Mina Kimes is joining Netflix coverage of whatever NFL games they're going to air. All right, that's just putting lipstick on the pig. Netflix sprinting into sports coverage feels like your brother-in-law who just joined your fantasy league. Like, yeah, he's never watched sports until he joined the league. But now that he's in the league, he's got all the preseason breakdown magazines. He picked a team. In fact, he even bought multiple jerseys. And he's just going all in, just total poser energy. Or as Gen Z says, LARPing. Look, Netflix ruined the Happy Gilmore franchise, okay? Don't ruin actual sports, too. Think of every great sports moment you grew up watching. One of the reasons it felt so historic is because you knew everyone was watching. McGuire breaking Roger Maris's home run record. LeBron's rundown block. The Cubs winning the World Series. The kick six. Mizzou beating Kansas in Arrowhead in 2007. These moments were so epic because everyone was watching. But pretty soon, as sports fans, the first question the next day at the water cooler won't be, did you see David Tyree's helmet catch? It's, do you subscribe to Tubi? Oh, you do? Okay. So did you see David Tyree's helmet catch? Like, future history is getting put behind a paywall. And look, Netflix, you're not alone in this. I'm talking to you, Amazon Prime. I'm also talking to you, Apple TV Plus. Couldn't even watch Cubs Cardinals yesterday without a friggin' Apple TV Plus subscription. You guys aren't off the hook either. Sports should be the last thing we put behind a paywall. I don't need another app. I need one television, one remote, and one giant game on the TV. At this point, if the Super Bowl ever moves exclusively to Netflix, I'm canceling Netflix out of principle. And then I'm subscribing 5 minutes later because I'm weak, and they know it, and they feast on me, and we're just constantly getting preyed on as sports fans. But sports on a paywall, it's added to the list.
So I'm with you on the paywall stuff. No doubt, I will say that 90 million people have Netflix. So I always laugh when we act like, oh, it's not accessible for me to watch. 90 million people have Netflix. I would argue there's more people in some areas that have that than other platforms. But the Home Run Derby was broadcast, and then the Field of Dreams broadcast, I think it was much better on Fox as well. I'm with you. Now, next year, you'll be happy to hear Field of Dreams game, if we have baseball, is going to NBC next year. And I know they're going to do a good job.
As it should.
They kill it for sports. So it'll be on NBC next year if we have baseball. It's actually going to be the Boston Red Sox and the Kansas City Royals playing in that game up in Iowa.
As long as they don't put it on exclusively on Peacock, I think that's a great move because NBC sports coverage is great. Netflix's coverage sucks. It's terrible. It's like they just learned about sports yesterday. They're terrible, and I hate them. And I don't want to have to go find whatever sporting event I want to watch in between whatever the new Jennifer Lopez rom-com is. Just give me the damn sports.
You want a separate? What if they just had a separate Netflix sports app?
No, I don't want another app. I don't want another app. Just put it on TV like it used to be. It used to be on TV, and it was so easy. You just put on the channel, and boom, it was there. Now it's like you got to freaking scroll to find it, and you got to. And if you're, it's buffering because your connection is bad, and all that crap. I'm just so sick of putting sports on streaming services.
That is twice in the last 2 months that Netflix has ended up on the list, by the way. They were already on the list when they decided to add the live channels, basically cable within the app. So that's twice. Yeah. I guess we are going after Netflix here on the show. All right, up next, though, let's get back to some NFL. We mentioned Minnesota named Kyler Murray, their starting quarterback. Let's go up to the Twin Cities. We welcome in Michael Rand from the Star Tribune next here on Westwood One Sports.
This is Westwood One Sports.
We're in commercial on radio, just going off. For some reason, I cannot get into the app to run the video. So,
we said we can't talk, or
yeah, just try to stay quiet again.
Cool.
Just never talk again.
Here we go. Yeah, we're good. Ryan, I'm sending you. Ryan, I'm sending you Michael Rand's number right now. You could call him.
Noon hour out east here on Westwood One Sports. We got some preseason football starting up in the next couple of minutes. We'll keep an eye on that, most notably the Cleveland Browns, just because of the quarterback competition that is existing there with Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on BetMGM Game Day. Thanks for hanging out with us. We'll also make sure we get into some baseball a little bit later on in the show and some of the headlines still happening around the NBA. But we mentioned quarterback competition in Cleveland. We know there's no longer a quarterback competition in the Twin Cities. If you think there ever really was a quarterback competition in the Twin Cities between Kyler Murray and J.J. McCarthy. Here in just a minute, we're going to be joined by Michael Rand from Minnesota Star Tribune, and we'll get his perspective. And not only the battle that is over, but also just where the Vikings stack up in this division. I know you and I have been doing these divisional previews, and here in about 20 minutes or so, the NFC North happens to be the division we're already on, so it's pretty perfect today. And let's go right out to the phones and welcome in Michael Rand, host and creator of the Daily Delivery podcast, as well as a sports senior writer for the Minnesota Star Tribune at Randball on X. Great to have you on the show. I was kind of joking earlier that I never personally from the outside felt like there was a real quarterback competition between Kyler Murray and J.J. McCarthy. You're on the ground there. How real was that competition that now Kyler Murray has won?
It was a competition in that I think if J.J. McCarthy would have come in and blown their doors off, if he comes back in year 3 and it's like, okay, the light bulb turned on completely. This is a totally different guy than the one that started the year last year, ended the year last year. Then we got something to think about. But I think they went in with eyes pretty wide open that if anything short of that, it was going to be Kyler Murray, who they for sure could forecast more as a steadying presence, who has, still has some upside at this point in his career.
Yeah. How much of this decision do you think was Kyler being better or versus JJ just not being all there, like not being ready?
I think it's both. I do think it's both, but I definitely think, Kyler Murray has not had a perfect camp by any stretch, but he's had more good days. And one of the things that Kevin O'Connell, head coach, said was, looking at what he's done so far, you can see the comfort level already, but you can also see what it can become as he even gets more comfortable. I don't know what it is. I can't remember his exact phrasing, but it was something to the effect of like, we can see what this can be already. So it's not all the way there yet. And, you remember, I think quarterbacks have a little bit of grace coming into situations like that. It might take a little while for him to get fully up to speed, especially with the, playbook and a system that's, fairly complicated. But I think it's a matter of both those things that you mentioned. I think it's McCarthy not being at that level, at least not yet. And Murray, this is a pretty pivotal year for them. Murray being a guy who they know, he's put so much more on tape, on film over, 8 years. They know what they're getting in him, especially if they can kind of project what it could look like once he gets even more comfortable.
Do you believe J.J. McCarthy ever starts a game again for the Vikings? And if not, is he somebody that, they try to showcase a bit more here in the preseason and hope that maybe in next offseason that they're able to perhaps flip for a late draft pick? Or is that even plausible?
I think it's plausible. I just don't know how likely it is, and I don't know what his value is compared to whatever the value he has on the market. Is he more valuable to them? And I think obviously Kyler Murray has won the job right now, but Kyler Murray has an injury history. I don't think it's implausible to think Kyler Murray turns an ankle, J.J. McCarthy is starting a game in week 5, something like that. I do think that there's that. I don't think Kyler Murray is going to lose this job because of underperformance, getting benched in that sense. But the injury history aspect, I mean, you got to remember too, they've got a lot invested in McCarthy. He was the highest they've ever drafted a quarterback was J.J. McCarthy, number 10 overall in 2024. So you're still talking about a guy who's on a rookie contract into next season, into 2027. If they see behind the scenes improvement, like maybe they can forecast, okay, he's still potentially in the plans, but I could also see it going the other way where it's just like, okay, it just didn't work here. Fresh start, cut your losses. But I feel like ultimately they're going to look at this and say, we used 4 quarterbacks in 2023. We used 3 quarterbacks in 2025. Those were not good years, but the quarterback plans both of those years required a certain amount of scrambling. And remember, you got Carson Wentz still here too, who's got a guy who's at least can step up and win a game for you in a short-term situation. I think they're going to try to keep as many good quarterbacks as possible. That's my read on it.
What's the vibe like amongst Vikings fans? Because I feel like nationally, I mean, KOC's got a reputation of almost, I mean, I feel like he was the single reason why Sam Darnold was hoisting a Lombardi this year is just because he completely turned the trajectory of his career around. And now you've got somewhat of the same thing with, Kyler Murray. He kind of stalled out in Arizona, and obviously all of the clauses in the contract about video games and all of that. Are Vikings fans
Right.
optimistic that KOC is going to be able to, turn straw into gold yet again?
I think there's some optimism here. I think there's kind of a wait and see. I think Kyler's reputation is interesting. I think it's much different at this point than even when Sam Darnold was here in 24, right? And that was a different situation because Darnold was kind of seen as a placeholder. They'd already drafted McCarthy when they signed him. They let Kirk Cousins walk. And so it was kind of like the expectations of what Sam Darnold could be here were extremely low. Like their over-under was like 7, and then they won 14 games. Like people were just like, okay, let's just get through this season. Let's see what McCarthy can do once he's healthy in 2025. And then he ends up, being very good for them. Now, Murray is a guy who's, offensive rookie of the year, a couple Pro Bowls, like a guy who's maybe got a higher pedigree and a higher set of accomplishments already. So I think there is some of that optimism, but there's also, I think, the disappointment at this point because fans had hoped that McCarthy could be that guy, right? This is the franchise that's been looking for a developed franchise quarterback for decades, right? Like, you've stalled out with now J.J. McCarthy at this point. You stalled out because Teddy Bridgewater had a catastrophic knee injury. Christian Ponder didn't work. Like, you haven't really drafted and developed a guy who's played for a number of years since Dante Culpepper, like 25 years ago. So they are, there was that sense of, hey, if you can draft and develop a guy, you get the cheat code, you get the cheap quarterback for a handful of years. This is the way they're going to be, especially because you got to pay Justin Jefferson. So I think there's kind of this, here we go again with the quarterback musical chairs, but also maybe some sense of, okay, Kyler Murray can kind of right the ship, and if he's really good, he could be the long-term solution.
We're talking to Michael Rand, Minnesota Star Tribune's digital senior writer here on Westwood One Sports. So much is made about the offense, understandably so. When you have Jefferson, we're talking about quarterbacks, KOC, his offensive skill set. But Brian Flores being back, that defense, I would imagine there's very little question about how good that defense is going to be.
Yeah, that's really carried them in their lower moments, 2023, 2025, the years I mentioned when the quarterback play kind of fell apart because of injuries, the defense largely held things together. And then, even 24, when they had a much better offense, that was still a defense that Flores had humming. Now they've lost some pieces. They traded Jonathan Grenard this offseason. So it's kind of a question of, okay, is Dallas Turner ready in year 3? He was the other 24 first-round pick aside from McCarthy, who's showed more strides, but is still stepping into a much bigger role this year. And, the secondary, there's a question of how that all comes together, especially with Harrison Smith, still retired at this point. So, but yeah, that's the side of the ball that I think will lead the charge at the beginning. I think they do have some confidence, too, in a revamped running game on offense. So while we are definitely locked in on this quarterback question and this eternal quest of the Vikings to solve that issue, they could win some games early in the season, like 20-13, and just kind of grind some things out as they kind of figure out how explosive the offense can be.
That division is, I think, one of the hardest in sports, especially right now with the resurgence of the Bears. Obviously, the Lions have been tough the last few years, and you can never count out the Packers. The Vikings, if the Vikings are going to make any sort of run at the division, and honestly, last year they played, quite a bit of spoiler last year where they won some games, especially late, that I don't think a lot of people saw coming. Is there, for them to make a run this year, the reason will be what?
I mean, if the reason will be, under Kevin O'Connell, it is generally boiled down to quarterback play. Healthy veteran quarterback play has been, he's even talked about that openly, like 2022, his first year here. Kirk Cousins didn't have like an all-pro season, but he was steady. He played all 17 games. They won 13 games, right? I mean, he played all the games he was healthy. He might have sat a game at the end of the year when they had everything locked up. But 2024, Darnold plays all 17 games. So I think it is critical that if they're going to be in the mix this year, they need stable quarterback play. It doesn't have to be a guy Kyler Murray doesn't have to be a superstar. There's a lot of good players on offense. There's Jefferson, there's Jordan Addison, even Juwan Jennings, who they brought in as number 3. They've got weapons on offense, TJ Hawkinson. I mean, a running game they feel good about. Like they need a guy that can, as they've said, put the ball in play. Like don't take negative plays. Don't turn the ball over. Make the right read. And Murray has that kind of escapability and can extend plays with his legs. That's, got some appeal to it too, especially if, you have some protection issues on the line, things like that, which I think they feel pretty good about this season. So just something solid. Last year it was so all over the map at quarterback. And I think you're right. This division it's not only difficult, it's difficult to predict, right? Like, I don't know if the Bears are going to be that good again. They won a lot of kind of weird one-score games, and, Caleb Williams kind of pulled the rabbit out of the hat a bunch of times. Detroit was down last year, but they could be up again this year. The Packers are always in that mix with, Jordan Love and some of the stuff they've built. So, like, it feels like there is this kind of like, I almost feel like you can throw those 4 teams into a hat, and based on how a few things break, it could go 1 through 4 in any direction, I feel like, which is, you can't say that about every division.
Is this Kevin O'Connell's most important season as Vikings head coach?
I think so. I mean, to date, I think it is, because, I even wrote about this a couple weeks ago. It feels like the tiebreaker season, right? It's like you've had 2 really good years, but you haven't won a playoff game in those 2 really good years. And then you've had 2 more disappointing years relative to expectations, with, factors obviously being the quarterback injuries and stuff like that. But, even before all the injuries in 2023, they started out 1-4 with Cousins throwing the ball to Justin Jefferson. They had kind of turned it around and were 4-4 when he went down. But yeah, you're looking at a team that is, if you haven't won a playoff game yet, you're in year 5. You've had, 2 up years, 2 down years. And, the hand-picked quarterback the organization drafted under a offensive-minded head coach has stalled out. Yeah, I think it's pretty important that they have a good season, or at least show some upward momentum and kind of show a plan that, okay, this thing is going in the right direction towards 2027. I don't think this is like a hot seat situation, but it's a situation where if this season doesn't go well, the seat gets hot.
Talking to Michael Rand from the Minnesota Star Tribune. Along those same lines, Michael, what about for Justin Jefferson, and I guess making sure you don't get sideways with him? I mean, I think maybe this is more of a discussion outside of Minnesota, because you got fan bases that are wishful thinking that one day Justin Jefferson is going to get so upset that he gets traded. But, I mean, there's a scenario, right? I mean, I guess there's always a scenario, but how likely, and is that a top of mind of fans there in Minnesota that, hey, we got to make sure we get a quarterback for Justin Jefferson so he doesn't want out at some point?
Yeah, I think that was part of the discussion with getting the quarterback right, or at least giving yourself a better chance, because Jefferson, by all indications and everything we heard from him, both in public and behind the scenes, he was he handled last year as well as he could handle it, right? Like he's, you took away the veteran guy, Darnold, that threw him a ton of passes in 2024. You gave him McCarthy and then Max Brosmer and Carson Wentz. And, with Wentz, he actually had pretty good numbers last season. So that is a factor, I think. You got to keep him happy. He soldiered through it beautifully last year, but you could not come back this season with the same plan and expect him to be okay with that. So yeah, I think it's important. He needs to have, he wants to win first and foremost, but anybody wants to contribute to wins, and contributing to those wins means getting the numbers he's accustomed to, 100 catches, 1,500 yards, 10 to 15 touchdowns. Like those are kind of pretty basic milestones for an elite receiver these days that he's accustomed to. Last year, he barely cracked 1,000. So I think that's part of the equation. I don't think he's like going to force a trade at any point here or get so frustrated. But I think bringing in Kyler Murray was a piece of, hey, we got to get better, but also a piece of, hey, we got to make sure Justin Jefferson's going to stay happy.
Michael Rand of the Minnesota Star-Tribune. Appreciate the insight on the Vikings. Be sure to check out his daily delivery podcast as well, and follow him on Twitter and X at RandBall. Thanks so much for the time.
You bet. Take care, guys.
There you go.
Thanks,
Good
Michael.
stuff from Michael. I want to react to what he had to say because we're going to get to these divisional previews, Austin, on the other side as well, because I'm pretty bullish on the Vikings and Kevin O'Connell and what that team can be, especially with Brian Flores coming back. So let's talk more about the NFC North, one of the more fascinating divisions. We'll continue our divisional previews next year on BetMGM Game Day.
And then Dan Orlovsky, he said it was good. Like, he tweeted out it was good. It's like, okay, buddy, who told you to say that? Yikes.
I'm shocked we made it back from break on time. You guys should have seen Austin behind the scenes, man. He was just loving the new Pat McAfee album. He was jamming out. He was absolutely thrilled. He couldn't believe just banger after banger, all 10 songs of that album. Who knew how misunderstood Pat McAfee was? And Austin was just preaching to us.
I said, guys, don't talk to me for the entire commercial break. I am listening to Morgan Fallen right now. I gotta listen to this. Honestly, Pat McAfee, dude. Maybe we should get into it later on in the show, like do a full breakdown of this album because, first of all, my man, dude, stay in your lane, dude. Like this gives all the feelings of Pat McAfee's. Like dropping a country album has all the feels of when they tried to run that fake punt. Do you remember that Indianapolis Colts fake punt?
Yes.
Went so awry where he took a snap under center and ended up just getting shellacked. That is what this country album feels like. It's so it's so bad. It is, and it's I don't.
You know
it's
what
like,
though?
Dude, what?
It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I truly mean that. Like I was thinking it was going to just be absolutely like I just thought it was going to be the most horrendous thing. I'm not saying it's good, but it's not as bad as I thought it would be. And when you get something as heavily produced and you've got the financial means and all that, there's no way his voice is that's actually his voice. There's absolutely not. Like that is so doctored. It's not even funny to me.
It feels like AI with Pat McAfee's vocals added on over top. Like that's what it feels like. If you typed into AI, hey, give me a country album from a sports personality / former punter, that's what it would spit out. And I don't know why he did it. That's the thing. It's like he didn't. You don't have to do this, Pat. Like you're already in pretty high standing with the media. Obviously ESPN is laying off people left and right just to fund your corporate conglomerate that you're building in Indianapolis. And to his credit, he does a good job with that. He has built a career.
Oh, he's crazy talented
from the ground level. Right. He's crazy talented in that area. That doesn't mean that you should also branch out and do stuff. Like I don't know. It just feels like Garth Brooks going Chris Gaines is like Pat McAfee going country star. That's what this feels like.
Yeah, maybe we will have to have our producers cut a couple quick snippets of the album and talk more about it. But that was the thing this week, and Everybody at ESPN's telling them how amazing it is because they're all fearful of their own jobs. I feel like that's what's happening as well
right.
at this point in time. All right, let's get to our divisional previews. Don't forget, by the way, this segment where we're going to talk about divisional previews is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. We just had a guest on from the Twin Cities to talk more about Kyler Murray, JJ McCarthy, that quarterback battle that wasn't truly a battle, but Kyler comes out as the winner on that and what it means for Kevin O'Connell. So let's take a look at that division. I'm with you. This is one of the more difficult divisions to figure out. Quality teams throughout the entire division, maybe the best division in football. We'll see by the end of the year. But the Lions are the favorite. Are they looking to bounce back? Can they bounce back? Plus 160 at BetMGM. Packers, second best odds, plus 240. Bears, plus 325. And then the Vikings sitting there at 5-1. I've kind of hinted at this over the last couple of months, both on this show and my local show. I'm a big believer in the Vikings this year. I really am. And in large part, it's Kevin O'Connell. The fact that last year, despite the quarterback mess with McCarthy and Wentz and Brosmer, they won 9 games. They still in that division,
Right.
9-8. I think they upgraded significantly at quarterback. I know Kyler Murray has his flaws, but to me, he's a massive upgrade from what they've had. And I think if there's a coach that can get the most out of Kyler Murray, it's Kevin O'Connell. His system, plus you got Justin Jefferson to throw the ball to. I do think their run game is going to be better than people realize. And he has a defense that's going to support him. Brian Flores, a lot of people thought he was going to leave for another opportunity. He didn't. They got maybe the second best defensive coordinator perhaps in football on staff. Brian Flores, every player loves playing for the guy. I mean, Jamal Adams signed there this offseason because of Brian Flores, and that's the only reason why he's in Minnesota. I think the Vikings are going to surprise some people. I don't think Kyler's going to have an MVP type season, and start the first 9 weeks where we're talking about him being an MVP candidate. I won't go that far, but I think this team can absolutely be a 10 or 11 plus win football team. At 5-1, I don't hate a flyer. I don't hate a flyer on them at 5-1 to win this division. I'm skeptical still about the Lions with not having David Montgomery in the backfield anymore. Can they protect Jared Goff? The Packers, same questions about the wide receiver room. And then the Chicago Bears, I think Caleb Williams can take a leap forward. Ben Johnson is out here, talking about the offense, setting records and everything. But I'm still always skeptical about a team that had the season that they did, if there's any bit of regression of all the late game heroics that they had.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for them to replicate it. But however, I do feel like they are the most talented roster in the division. But to your point about the Vikings, it is. It's going to be interesting to see what they do. And if we take you back, just a couple of years ago when the Vikings were bringing in Sam Darnold, and Michael Rand, who just joined us, talked about it. It was supposed to be just a stopgap, right? Just a kind of a plug and play. Hey, you're gonna be our quarterback for this year, and then they end up winning 14 games that year, right? And I think that's just a testament to not just KOC and what he can do as a head coach, but what he can do with quarterbacks. And Kyler Murray's kind of in the same boat that Sam, maybe even in better standing than Sam Darnold was coming into Minnesota, right? Because if you remember where Sam Darnold was at, he bounced around the league. No one was taking him seriously. We were just like, this dude's dead. He a total bust of a draft pick. And Kyler at least has had a little bit of success. Obviously, rookie of the year, and and he's had some shining moments in Arizona. Now he's coming to Minnesota under KOC, and what can he do with it? I think honestly, you everything you said about the Vikings, I completely agree with. I think that's kind of the one team in this division that you really need to look out for and keep your eye on. I don't think that the Lions are going to bounce back. I don't think that they're to get back to where they were at, because they're kind of like the one team in this division that's like everyone's saying, well, the Lions can if. Well, they're saying the Lions can, make a run, make a playoffs if they can get back to, where they were at a couple of years ago. I don't think they're going to. I think they're going to continue to regress. or at least stay exactly where they were at last year. 9-8 last year and missed the playoffs. I think you're going to get more of that in the Detroit Lions, and then the Packers. The Packers, I think, are also going to take a step back this season because I just don't think that. I just don't. I don't trust Jordan Love. And I just don't think that roster has fully improved from last year when they got bounced out of the playoffs by their little brother down south of the Chicago Bears. I mean, I think the Bears I think the Bears are going to make a pretty good run this year. I think what Ben Johnson's got, obviously, I kind of wish he wouldn't go public and say we're going to try and set records, because I feel like whenever anyone says that, like, it just doesn't happen. You know, it's not like the 2000 Rams were saying, hey, we're the greatest show on turf before Kurt Warner even stepped in for Trent Green and started that entire season, right? Like, no, like all of those accolades came after the fact. Like, show us what you can do and then say, yeah, like we want to set records, because I don't know. That's the one thing I'm uneasy about, but I do like Caleb Williams. I think that's going to be a fantastic offense, and they've got so many weapons too, which I just think I think the Bears personally are going to win this division.
I'm kind of with you on the Lions. My question for them is, as I said, without David Montgomery, the 1-2 punch is gone. What does that do? We all know Jahmyr Gibbs is unbelievable. And is still going to put up ridiculous numbers. And those that are listening that play fantasy football, he's still going to be maybe the number 1 overall pick, whatever, right? That stuff all still applies. But I do wonder, Jared Goff, things have to be perfect usually for that system to work for him, right? When he's in the pocket and protected, he can carve defenses up. He's got Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's got Jahmyr Gibbs. It all works. When the O-line has injuries, as we saw as the season went on, and he's not mobile, right? He's a pocket passer, but he cannot really go off script as much, and I think that's a little bit of a problem. But as one of our producers behind the scene, Grant, points out, the thing the Lions do have going for them, check out the start of their schedule. I mean, it is favorable. They can really put some wins in the barn here, right? So, for example, they have the Saints at home to open up, at Buffalo. That'll be a tough one. Home to the Jets, at Carolina, at Arizona, then a bye week. Their first 5 games, I mean, why can't they go 4-1, right? Like, that's maybe they could go 5-0. They could beat the Bills, but like 4-1 seems very doable. Then out of the bye week, home to Green Bay, home to Minnesota. Those are 2 tough ones if the division is what we think it is. Then at Miami, New England, but at home. Tampa, but at home, and I'm down on Tampa. Home to Chicago. So they have 3 straight home games there. I think, although one of those might be, one of those is in Tottenham or something. I think it's a London game. Then at Atlanta in week 13. Home to your Tennessee Titans in week 14. At Minnesota, and then they wrap up on the road. At home against the Giants, on the road at Chicago, and at Green Bay in week 18. They have a chance the first 9 weeks or so of the season to get off to a nice, 6-3 start, 7-2 start, and then we'll learn more about them.
Yeah, no, and if they don't, that's when I think the tide will start to shift. I love Dan Campbell. I love what he's done in Detroit. I just don't think, I don't know. I think them losing Ben Johnson to Chicago really, really kind of hurt that offense, because I think Ben Johnson is great. The one thing that he needs to look out for in Chicago, low key, all the attention has been diverted to San Francisco and the injuries that they have had in camp, mainly because of that electronic substation that they've got. But there might be like a smaller mid-size electronic substation outside of Hallis Hall, because Chicago has just been hit with a number of injuries in training camp just since it's begun. Obviously, the most notable, Luther Burden, being injured. I think highly of him, and this is an offense now that's going to be without DJ Moore. So a guy like Luther Burden is really going to have to step up, and I think he can. But if he's not healthy, if the Bears aren't healthy, then I think this is a wide open race for this division. Because then I think it just opens it up to just about anyone.
All right, let's look at some of the win totals, though, as well. We talk about the divisional odds. Win totals over at BetMGM. The Lions over under 10.5 wins. Packers 9.5. Bears over under is 9. And then the Vikings over under is 8.5 wins. 10.5 for the Lions. We just went through the schedule. If I had to lean in a certain direction, I would take the over. But I'm actually in our chat behind the scenes, just to peel back the curtain. I'm going back and forth with Grant about this, about what their ceiling win wise is. I like the over 10.5, but he's telling me that their ceiling he thinks is 15 wins. I think that's crazy. I think that's insane.
No.
The schedule is very doable. It looks like early on. They still, though, have 2 games against the Bears, 2 games against the Vikings, right? 2 games against the Packers. That's why they're not getting to 15. I think their ceiling, everything goes right, is a 13-win season for the Lions. And not everything's going to go right, in my opinion, either. But I'll take the over on the 10.5. I think the Lions are maybe an 11-win football team at best.
At best. I just feel like there's so much can go wrong, and it seems like since that halftime of that NFC Championship game that they were in, so much has gone wrong for the Lions. And I understand that that's a fan base that has been to hell and back, and that is a franchise that has been to hell and back. And it's one of those things where it's like I'm not gonna fully believe that they are a perennial NFC North power until they prove it. I think they can be middle of the road as they were last year, but I think they really need to show me, like, we know Dan Campbell could win when he's got literally all of the weapons and he's got, a solid coaching staff. But when that coaching staff starts to get picked apart, it was kind of like what Vrabel did in Nashville, in Tennessee. Like, he built a really good, solid team, a team that went to the conference championship game, and then slowly, as his coaching staff starts to get picked apart, he wasn't able to rehire the guys that he needed to fill those shoes that made them so good. And so I'm just skeptical. I'm skeptical of the Lions, and I don't want to. I like the Lions. I want to see them do well. I want to see them get back. I love Dan Campbell, but I'm not buying it.
What other win total? Do you like an over-under elsewhere in the division? I mentioned 9.5 for the Packers, Bears 9, Vikings 8.5. Clearly, my answer on the Vikings 8.5. Obviously, I like the over based on how I've talked about them. I think 9 wins is going to cover pretty easily there.
Well, the point you made about Brian Flores' defense, like I trust a Brian Flores defense. So yeah, I think the only 2 teams I would take the over on would be the Bears and the Vikings. I just don't know about the Packers, and I don't know about the Lions. I don't trust them enough to hit those, because I think that the win totals are just a little too high. You said 9.5 for the Lions?
10.5 for the Lions, 9.5 for the Packers.
Yeah, no, it was way too high. Way too high. I don't trust it.
Yeah, by the way, if you were wondering, just the odds to win the conference, though: Lions to win the NFC 9-1, Packers 11-1, Bears 14-1, Vikings 22-1. We can talk more about some of the other storylines in that division. Not only Kyler Murray, but can Caleb Williams take a leap in his second year under Ben Johnson? Can the Packers get through the first half of their schedule without Micah Parsons? It's going to be 6 games or so before Parsons is a factor for the Packers defense. All right, up next here on BetMGM Game Day, let's get to some of the sounds from the week, including a super fan dropping another song next.
Nay!
BetMGM Game Day. Make it legendary on Westwood One Sports.
The Jonas Brothers will be going down under, performing halftime for Rams 49ers in Australia. Will Aaron Donald be on the field, making Kyle Shanahan call SOS? This is an SOS. Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM players will receive a golf odds boost token to use the token. Add any golf wager to your bet slip and activate the token. And if you win your bet that was made with the odds boost token, you will receive extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars over at BetMGM. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you coming up in 15 minutes. We'll get to a couple of the NFL headlines coming out today. Not only preseason action already underway, but we got a new highest paid cornerback in football. We also have an injury update on one of the top picks in this past year's NFL draft out in Arizona. So that's coming up in just a little bit. But Austin, it is time for some of the sounds of the week. You already knew what direction we were heading in with leaving us with the nay sound before we went to break. The Colts super fan Seth Erskines is back, or excuse me, Seth DeFlo Erskines is back with
give him
banger,
his respect,
I guess,
dude.
to start the season. Let's hear it.
Woo! This is our Colts. This is our team. We bleed blue. This is our Colts. Whether win or lose, we love them. For the shoe, beat the Pats. Mayday is going down. This is our team. Go Colts.
Oh my gosh.
Man. This guy's been doing this for what, 2 years now? Is this like a 2-year, 3-year thing?
Same song every week. It's slightly different lyrics. It is, my man has a niche and he nails it. I don't know about you, Alex, but it goes, watching the sprinkler heads emerge from the ground on that first episode of Hard Knocks. People filling your Twitter timeline after a quarterback throws a preseason interception with, well, I guess he's already in preseason form. And this, superfan Seth Erskines dropping his first single of the year. Dude, football is back. And honestly, this might be the greatest music to come out of Indianapolis this week. I mean, sorry, Pat McAfee, but look, I know the Colts are all about raising unnecessary banners at Lucas Oil, but I think it's beyond time that they retire that number 5 jersey for superfan Seth, or as I like to call him, the Indianapolis Sam Smith. Dude is electric, and hearing his voice, hearing that little only means that football is back.
Yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable. It's become a thing, though. And I will say the Pat McAfee album and this, I feel like there's a collaboration due later on this year. I feel like it's gonna
we don't
happen.
know. Look, no, you do not mix water with oil, okay? Lucas oil. Because one of those is good and one of those is horrendous. And I'll give you a hint. It's not Superfan Seth. That's bad.
Elsewhere, let's go to Kansas City, my neck of the woods. Travis Kelce spoke to the media after practice. As you can imagine, Austin, some of the questions were circulating around the wedding as well. Let's take a listen.
It was a fun off season, man. Wedding was the best night of my life, and I appreciate everybody who came out and celebrated and had fun with us. And that's about all I really got from that night. It was a crazy night. It was full of a lot of celebration, but it's football, baby.
Also, he let us know that he also said the AC was blasting at MSG, which was nice for him to let us know.
Look, I get it more than just about anyone. Speaking sometimes can be hard, and I am probably the worst at this, so I can speak to it very fluently. Landing the plane a lot of times can be hard, and you can tell that my man Travis was like, "All right, I'm talking about this," and he's like, I gotta answer the question without being a jerk, but at the same time, I don't want to reveal things because there's probably more NDAs that he signed than marriage certificates.
Well,
but
yeah,
then
yeah.
ending with football. What did he say at the end? There is like
football,
hey,
baby, or
but,
something.
It's Oh yeah, he goes, it's football, baby. Like what?
Well, he doesn't want to talk.
So
I can tell you this: he doesn't talk to the media as much as he used to.
Yeah.
Even after games, there's plenty of times after games where if you're in the locker room, he won't talk to you. That was not always the case.
Sure. Well, he's got his podcast.
Once he's got the podcast, he's basically admitted that. Where it's like I'll let you guys know on my podcast. Which look, you do you. It's obviously frustrating for those of us in the media in Kansas City, but
sure.
So that's part of it. If he's going to share any other details about his wedding, he's going to do it on his New Heights podcast. And look, I get it. As frustrating as it is, I understand it. But yeah, that was Travis.
It's football, baby.
He is locked in despite all the fake AI images of him having a beer gut and stuff. He does not actually. He looks the same as he did a year ago. Elsewhere, let's go to Philadelphia, where Vic Fangio is reminding everybody that hey, Quinyon Mitchell still hasn't accomplished everything.
He still needs his first interception, of his career. He'll quickly remind you he's got 4 in the playoffs, but he's still a virgin in the regular season.
Hello.
Vic Fangio putting Quinyon Mitchell in his place. And then the Eagles put out a clip, obviously, of Mitchell picking up Jalen Hurts on social media.
Yeah. They're not doing Jalen Hurts any favors there. All right. Like, you can say what you will about Quinyon Mitchell, but like, it's like, oh, hey, Eagles fans are like, we don't trust our quarterback. And Eagles Twitter admin is like, hey, say no more, fam. I got you. Like I'm gonna post this clip of that quarterback that you don't trust throwing an interception in practice for you guys to just.
While we're on Philly, do you think that Big Dom will be the other coach allowed to throw the challenge flag? For those that don't know, the NFL approved a change this year that not just the head coach can throw the challenge flag. They can assign one other member on staff to throw the red challenge flag. Now, Zach Taylor in Cincinnati was joking about it because he admitted, he's like, yeah, we've been doing that. We've been doing that for years. We've had somebody else also throw it. But now it's actually allowed. Do you think that the Eagles should appoint Big Dom as the other individual? He runs everything anyway. Let him be the other guy that can throw the flag.
Right. No, why not? And we know that he probably controls what the referees say after reviewing whatever the play may be because he's just that big of a guy. I don't know if I necessarily love this rule because Gone are the days where I miss head coaches, especially most notably Jeff Fisher, searching everywhere in his oversized stuffed coat for the flag, like looking for it to throw it. And if you've got two flags, it's kind of like having a quarterback. If you have two quarterbacks, do you really have one? If you have two flags, do you really have one? Like, I think there should be one flag, one thrower only, because then you get all those conspiracies about the second thrower on the grassy knoll, right? Like, it's like we don't need any of that. Just give me one flag, one thrower.
There'll be some old school coaches that I don't think will let anybody else do it. Like Andy Reid may not let anybody else have the flag on staff. He might be like,
sure,
I got this. I don't need anybody else whatsoever. You see, Mike Vrabel's toss was last night. His flag toss as well. That looked like he was letting out a lot of anger on that throw. You know,
Vrabel is arguably one of the best flag throwers in the sport. I would say, like, he could make throwing the challenge flag an Olympic sport, and I think every judge would give him a 10 based off of, because sometimes he'll do it differently each time. Sometimes he'll do it angrily. Sometimes he'll do it daintily. Sometimes he'll do it emphatically sarcastic, and he'll just drop it right at the toes of the referee. He's very creative with it. I give Mike Vrabel all of the praise in the world for his flag throwing abilities.
Yeah, I mean, that was an impressive toss. It looked like somebody that was throwing evidence off the roof of a resort in Arizona or something.
Hello.
That was pretty impressive. That was very, very impressive. All right, he's Austin Huff. I'm Alex Gold. Up next, let's get to a bizarre story that is so unnecessarily created by one of the young starting quarterbacks in the NFL. Let's go to D.C., talk about number 5, and nobody else is allowed to reference number 5 but him.
Yeah.
This is Westwood One Sports.
1 o'clock out east here on Westwood One Sports. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you on BetMGM Game Day. NFL preseason action going on today. 7 games in total, as a matter of fact, taking place in the preseason. We are just a minute or two away from a couple of the games getting going. We got the Vikings Giants at 1 o'clock, Panthers Bills, Browns Bears, and coming up at 4 o'clock today, we've got the Jags and Saints, the Chiefs and the Rams, and then the later games, Eagles, Ravens, Cowboys, and Seahawks. So we'll keep an eye on how a couple of the younger quarterbacks, Jackson Dart, look, how obviously Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders look, and what is a real quarterback competition happening in the NFL. You guys can interact with us over on YouTube and Twitch. Just search BetMGM tonight. You can also call or text in 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. Before we get to the unnecessary self-created problem that Jaden Daniels has with his number going back to his LSU days, a couple injury notes in the last 30 minutes or so from Adam Schefter. Cardinals rookie running back, one of the top picks in the draft, Jeremiah Love, will miss at least the next week as he's got a sore ankle after he injured it in Thursday night's preseason game against the Raiders. And I don't know what the workload should be, shouldn't be, Austin, for rookies and for top picks, but he touched the ball, I think, 13 plus times in the first preseason game. That felt like a lot. And then now he's got a little ankle injury that's going to keep him out for the next week. I always think you got to be careful with how often you're going to use a back in preseason. We also know Jeremiah Love is probably going to average across the season 30 touches a game, I would imagine.
Yeah, and I early on, like seeing like the highlights of him running the football, did it not give shades of Adrian Peterson? Did it not feel like you're watching like Adrian Peterson like run the ball, just with the way he like jab steps and cuts and just his physicality? Like, man, they got a good one in Arizona, and if you're a Cardinals fan, I'd be excited for years.
Yeah, you got to be careful just with how much they use in the rest of preseason now. I wonder how they plan on doing that. But that's just an injury note to pass along. We'll also a little bit later talk about Devin Witherspoon of the Seahawks, who is now the highest paid cornerback in the National Football League. He gets a brand new deal with the Seahawks today. In fact, overall, that 3-time Pro Bowl corner Devin Witherspoon's deal is 4 years, $132 million. Over the extension, $101 million guaranteed. Highest paid cornerback in NFL history. That puts him just above Denzel Ward, who was at $31.1 million a year. Witherspoon's now at $33 million a year. Trent McDuffie at $31. Sauce Gardner, $30.1, and Derek Stingley Jr. of the Texans sitting at $30 million. So those are some of the NFL headlines that have come out today. All right, let's talk about Jaden Daniels and the Commanders. We all know how big of a year this is for him, coming off the injury. It's a huge year for Dan Quinn after a disappointing 2025. And they went out and signed Stephon Diggs. And even in D.C., there was a little story out Stephon Diggs wanted to wear number 7. Of course, that's Joe Theismann's number. Little do we know, a few days later, a much bigger story would come out about numbers. And that is that an attorney representing Washington Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels informed LSU that they can no longer use his name, image, and likeness. This was according to a letter sent to LSU's athletic director. The other part of this is the Tigers are allowing sophomore cornerback DJ Pickett to wear the number 5 jersey, which was the number that Daniels wore when he played at LSU and, of course, won the Heisman Trophy, the third ever, by an LSU player. And his jersey's not retired by LSU, but it is the first time a player has worn his number since he left for the NFL. So in the same article, it mentions he's maybe feeling disrespected. He's wondering why Joe Burrow, nobody's ever wore his number. This is just so unnecessary, Austin, for a quarterback that has a big year ahead of him, whether it's his mom's doing, whoever else in his camp doing. This creates an unnecessary distraction. It's also just embarrassing and petty, right? Like no, everybody wants to feel respected. I don't fault that. Everybody wants to feel respected and feel like you're valued. Feel like that. In this case, your prior stop still is honoring you. But, man, with all due respect to Jaden Daniels, you're not Joe Burrow, man. He won a national title there. So, yeah, they probably are handling the number situation a little bit different. Now, Brian Kelly reportedly is who promised this DJ Pickett kid the number. Who knows what other issues have come up. But in college football, part of recruiting, and sometimes they do promise people certain numbers. That's just, it's weird, but that is a normal thing that happens. Maybe they should have, maybe Brian Kelly, who's no longer the coach there, should have called up Jaden Daniels and said, hey, man, we got this recruit that really wants to wear your number. He thinks he'd be honoring you, yada, yada, yada. Maybe that didn't happen, and maybe it should have. We wouldn't be here talking about this today. But you can't tell me you feel like you should be treated the same as Joe Burrow. I'm sorry. He won a national championship on maybe the greatest college football team ever.
I've got a take on this that I've yet to see anyone give so far. But let me first start by saying it is refreshing to see drama come out of LSU that has nothing to do with Brian Kelly and or Lane Kiffin, right? Like most of the time, when there's smoke coming out of Baton Rouge, it's because of one of those two men. So this is like, it's refreshing. It's like, all right, cool. New drama started by, new faces and some old familiar faces. But I'm actually on team Jaden Daniels here. I just don't understand how you're going to disrespect the 2024 award winner for best college athlete, 2024 ESPY award winner for best college athlete in men's sports, and the winner of the 2023 ReliaQuest Bowl. People forget. And while we're at it, I don't think we should just stop at LSU. If I can play Jaden Daniels' legal counsel here for a second, I think we need to go after Arizona State. Hey, it's time you guys cease and desist that number 5 too. So Roman Pitre, the 6'5" defensive lineman, and Derek Eusebio, the 5'9" wide receiver. Hey, time to find a new number, fellas. And while we're at it, hey, Vanderbilt, Villanova, cease and desist to you too. Your logo is a V. That's a Roman numeral for 5. Stanford, your logo is an S, and that looks like a 5. So cease and desist to you. Bruce Willis, you're not off the hook. Okay? The Fifth Element, hello, cease and desist. The Jackson 5, I think you guys need to retroactively scrub your hits. Cease and desist. And Lou Bega, sorry, bud, but you're going to have to come up with a different mambo because you're getting ceased and desist. Jaden Daniels, if I'm on Jaden Daniels' team, I'm saying go after them all, buddy. Let's scrub the number 5 from everyone because you are being disrespected. You won a Heisman Trophy along with about 100 other people that have won a Heisman in history, and it's time to Reggie Bush, fellow Heisman winner. Sorry, bud, but you got to get rid of your number 5 as well. All 5s, get out of here. It's time we pay respect to Jaden Daniels.
I'm glad you brought up Arizona State. That's the other part of this whole thing, by the way, is that it's not even like he was at LSU for 4 years. You were there for 2 years, dude. You were there for 2 years. Now, in fairness to Jaden Daniels, I will read, he put out a statement. I thought it was a very smart and well thought out statement. And hopefully they decide to just drop this whole thing. He said in a statement on Instagram, his Instagram account, quote, I have been locked in on training camp, and that's been my number one focus. I have a lot of gratitude for my time at LSU, and I'm proud of what my teammates and I accomplished there. Obviously, there are issues to be worked out between my team and LSU, and my hope is that it will get done privately. My sole personal focus is on the Commanders football. I realize the business of football is unique, and I trust this can all be resolved. What does he want to have resolved, though, Austin? Resolve what? DJ Pickett can't wear 5. And by the way, DJ Pickett has already come out and said, I'm going to wear 5. And I love the quote that his dad put out to a local paper that basically said, it makes us want to wear it even more now. And I love the pettiness. I love it.
You know what? Yeah. Look, again, if you're celebrating after touchdowns, I don't think LSU should be allowed to high 5. All right, you got to go up with 2 high 6 now, high 4. It doesn't matter, but you can't high 5. I do love DJ Pickett being like, yeah, you know what? Hey, we're gonna wear number 5, and they should try and go now to try and like trademark the number 5 somehow. I'm not big on athletes trademarking things. I think it's super tired and kind of annoying when they try and like Caleb Williams tried to trademark Iceman nickname, right? Like I think that's super lame. except in this instance. All right. I think it should be a race to the trademark offices. Put a patent on the number 5, either, and see who can do it first, DJ Pickett or Jaden Daniels. And I've never loved a sports story more, I think, than this. Just the clamoring.
Yeah.
Because and if you remember, Matt Leinart kind of went through something similar earlier this year, right? Like where USC came to him because USC retired the jersey, right? USC was like, we're going to make sure that no one wears 11 again. Until this past offseason when they came to Matt Leinart and were like, hey, we have a recruit who wants to wear 11. Can we let him wear it? And Matt Leinart was like, no, you guys retired my number and no one's going to wear that number
Austin,
again unless it's my kid.
But that's on Matt Leinart at that point because if they retire your number, and I've always thought that if your number is actually retired, if the school calls you up, to me, you say, all right, consider it an honor, let the kid wear it for 4 years and move on. I've never understood why, as long as it is handled appropriately and they're giving you the option to say yes or no, I would just always say yes to that. To me, it's crazy when we gatekeep these numbers. But again, in this situation, Jaden Daniels' number was not retired. That's why I don't even know on the legal end of this.
Right.
The cease and desist. What's the season? You don't want them to use your likeness, but what's your legal standing on anything there at LSU? I don't get it whatsoever. Tim Tebow's number is not retired at Florida, right? There are 2 players on Florida's roster that have worn his number or are wearing his number. Patrick Mahomes, there are players wearing his college number 5, 2 of them at Texas Tech. Like, I just don't know. Jaden Daniels, his mom is his agent, so I don't know if this is his mother or whatever, but terrible advice. Just terrible advice, and it makes you look so bad.
Jaden, if you want your number retired, go play for the dang Yankees, dude. They retire just about every number under the sun, especially single-digit numbers. I don't even know if they have a single-digit number left available with the number of numbers that they have retired. So, but when it comes to college football, it's like, I don't think colleges should retire numbers unless the person is just like astronomically great. But like to demand that they do this, like I don't know. It is so funny to me that this entire situation is going on. Yeah, the Yankees have retired 22 numbers, including number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, number 8, number 9. Yeah, so literally all single digits in Yankees uniforms. You can't wear a single digit number anymore. They're all gone. Sorry. So Jaden Daniels, like if you want your number retired, dude, it's like what was the go play college football, brother? Dan Hawkins. It's like go play Major League Baseball, brother.
Well, you'll appreciate this since you're an MU guy. I mean, the way Kansas does it for basketball in college, they'll hang your number up in the rafters, right? But your number's not that. They'll honor you that way, but somebody else can still wear your number in the future,
right?
But your number's in the rafters. It's not truly retired. To me, that's the kind of stuff I would do. I would not actually prevent somebody from wearing a specific number. I understand in baseball, right? We all know 42, Jackie Robinson. That's a whole different ball game that we're talking about there.
Sure,
but you know what I mean. But yeah, the Jaden Daniels thing, it'll blow over eventually, right? I don't think that I'm not saying that Jaden Daniels' 2026 NFL season is going to be worse because of this. It's just, I actually really like Jaden Daniels. I think this is terrible for his image. I think he has changed how people now are going to, how people will view him. It's just, look at all the jokes that are out there right now about it.
It's not a great look, but do you think that's where Jaden Daniels is coming to this from? You think Jaden Daniels is like, yeah, I think the number 5 should be retired across all of sports, just like Jackie Robinson, right? Like me winning that 2023 ReliaQuest Bowl is similar to Jackie Robinson breaking the color barrier.
Jeez.
I mean, and if you think about it in a vacuum, maybe, no, not similar. Okay. All right. Never mind then.
No. Oh man. And it's, the Commanders also got bad news this week too, right? Laramie Tunsil last weekend after our show, the news came out. Laramie Tunsil is probably done for the year with this torn tricep, isn't that right? Yeah, tricep. I couldn't remember if it was the tricep or pec, but tricep. And that was already a weak offensive line. They might have the worst offensive line in football this year, man. And you're having a quarterback coming off an injury. Dan Quinn's got a new OC. They moved out Cliff. They bring in David Blau or whatever. It could be ugly in DC. I hope not, because again, I think Jaden Daniels is a real deal when he's on the field. But man, that's a Commanders team that could either win 10 games or they could be a 5-win team and they blow it all up after this year.
Yeah, we talked about them last week. I mean, and like when that was an important distinction, carrying a lot of weight in that sentence of when he's on the field, because Jaden Daniels he struggled to stay on the field. And it's just like, whether it be, that nasty elbow injury he had or his knees, like literally he's gone through, it's not just like the same injury that's re-aggravating, it's different injuries. And he cannot stay on the field, which is terrible. And I don't think Marcus Mariota is going to be able to pick up the slack as he has in years past. Like I just don't think that, I harped on the Detroit Lions earlier. The Washington Commanders I view in the same boat. It's really kind of almost the same like mirror image. It's like the Spider-Man meme pointing back at each other, right? Like it's two historically bad franchises that are trying to relive the glory of making it to a conference championship game just a few years ago. And I don't trust that either one can.
All right, coming up next, we'll get you a little update on the early action so far, some of these preseason games. Plus, we'll talk baseball, including what's going on with the Dodgers? Post-trade deadline, a consistent slide right now, although they did pick up a victory last night against the Brewers. We'll take a look at their chances now at BetMGM, their odds, I should say, at BetMGM to win the National League and get back to the World Series. We'll do that next here on Westwood One Sports.
You're locked in.
Austin, do you want any of the full segments so far?
Hey Austin, Ron was talking about you guys on the score yesterday during the game. He said your guys' guess was pretty bad last week. He said that you guys... Oh, yeah, I was working that one too. Yeah.
Someone told us that like Kansas City was averaging around 17,000. We did not catch it was
the Cubs fans.
The Cubs. Yeah, 30,000.
Yep.
Right.
They. Alex, was Friday a giveaway or anything like that for the first game of the Cubs and Royals? Okay. That still brings in some good people for fireworks. I mean, Cubs can't do it because they're in a freaking neighborhood, legit, like right next door is there's apartments and everything, so like they can't do anything like that. Plus, there's been a huge history of ordinances and stuff in that neighborhood. So, and the Sox park is like in the middle of a parking lot, so like they can shoot off
This segment sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you, hanging out on another Saturday. We got preseason football underway, 3 games right now. The one that we were kind of keeping our eye on was the Bears and Browns. If you were wondering, about halfway through the first quarter, 3-0 Cleveland on Chicago. Deshaun Watson getting the start today. Shedeur will get in at some point today as well. And then in week 2, Shedeur Sanders will get the start. But Deshaun Watson, first drive, 4-5, 38 yards, settling for a 50-yard field goal. Quinshon Judkins, 4 carries, 9 yards. Jerry Jeudy, 2 grabs for 17. Then the rookie wide receiver, Denzel Boston, with a catch for 15 yards. So very early going, and obviously that's of the 3 games going on, the one we're kind of keeping the most eyes on just because of the quarterback situation. Vikings, though, also up 3-0 on the Giants. Kyler Murray getting the start today. He's named the number 1 quarterback. 2 for 3, 10 yards. And then Aaron Jones, 3 carries, 27 yards. The Giants on offense for 1 trip so far. Jackson Dart, 1 for 2, 5 yards. Cam Scatteraboo, who's got that ankle injury, he's back, 2 carries, 7 yards. So nothing of note so far, really, of those games.
Tyson Bagent got the start for the Bears. The Bears team that Ben Johnson said he wants to set the record for a high-scoring offense in NFL history. I will say, after 1 series in the preseason, not off to a great start. They still have 0 points. They only have 38.7 to go before they can match the 2013 Denver Broncos, I believe, as the highest scoring offense in NFL history. They need to get to 38.7 points per game every single week for them to do that. And they're off to a slow start here in week 1 of the preseason, but the goal is still on the table. It's going to be an uphill battle after that start.
We do have our first touchdown of the day, though, in preseason. The Bills and Panthers game. The Bills up 10-0 on Carolina. Josh Allen, here's where I say Austin's favorite line. In midseason form, 6 of 8, 111 yards and a touchdown. Looked good on the opening drive. Much better than the last time we saw him play an NFL game where he was fumbling the football. DJ Moore, newly acquired DJ Moore, 3 catches, 61 yards, including a 32-yard reception. So that's the combination they hope is effective all year long, Allen and Moore. But 10-0, I'm guessing that'll do it for Josh Allen today.
Low-key, one of the most underrated moves in the offseason, in my opinion. DJ Moore to Buffalo. I'd love that.
I like
signing,
the move. I like the trade.
Yeah, right. I think it is great. So that'll be. I know Josh Allen's going to be excited to have a weapon outside of other than Stephon Diggs back in Buffalo.
Yeah, no, I mean, we all know that they have struggled. Keon Coleman hasn't emerged the way anybody thought he would.
Right.
James Cook, though, is back. Joe Brady's now the head coach. But, yeah, Josh Allen looking sharp there on his first action of the preseason. He's one of the few starters that are playing right away. We all know there's some other teams that have chosen not to play their starting quarterbacks. Every coach is a little bit different, injury history, all that. Like today, the Rams, Matthew Stafford's not expected to play. Patrick Mahomes not going to play. So there's some teams that are going to play starters, some that are not. So we'll let you know. We'll keep an eye on anything of significance, especially with the Browns game. And then we've got a couple more games starting in, an hour and a half or so. Jags, Saints, or 2 hours, 2.5 hours or so. Jags, Saints, Eagles, Ravens later on today as well. Cowboys, Seahawks, not till 8 o'clock this evening. Thinking of the Seahawks real quick before we talk about the Dodgers. Devin Witherspoon, fresh off a Super Bowl, 3-time Pro Bowler, now the highest paid cornerback in the National Football League. And you and I have talked about deals all offseason, and it's just the way it goes for the market. I don't think any of us think Witherspoon is the best corner in football, but that's not how this works. He was next up, and now on an average per year salary, he is paid higher than Denzel Ward, Trent McDuffie, Sauce Gardner, Derek Stingley. I don't think he's better than every single one of those guys, but he certainly was due a new contract, and the Seahawks take care of one of their own.
Yeah, it's kind of like the conversation we had last week about wide receivers, right? You know, it's like it's not necessarily, or excuse me, the running backs last year with Bijan Robinson and Jahmyr Gibbs getting paid last week. Like, it's not necessarily that, like, okay, you're the best in the sport right now. It's just, it's all about timing, right? Like, it's all about playing the best when your contract comes up. So then you can can kind of reset the market for other players. And whenever you're say you're a cornerback in the NFL and you're an elite quarterback in the NFL, you probably like this signing just as much as Witherspoon does, because that just means whenever your deal is up, then you get to go back to your agent and say, hey, if Witherspoon's getting paid this, my guy's clearly better than Witherspoon. And then it goes in circles, and pretty soon we'll be talking about guys with just millions of hundreds of millions of dollars guaranteed and everything, and it's only going to go up. It's only going to go up, just like the price of groceries, right? Or the price of movie tickets. It's just constantly going up, and there's no end in sight.
So that's just a headline today in the National Football League. The Seahawks taking care of Witherspoon, making him the highest paid corner in NFL history. Let's go to baseball a bit, man. We did have the Field of Dreams game earlier this week. You brought that up with the list today on the show with the Netflix broadcast, and we saw Kyle Schwarber hit a couple home runs there. And in the National League right now, the Dodgers are in a bit of a slide, although they did recover last night, at least for one game against the Milwaukee Brewers. But the Dodgers have struggled post-Skubal trade. Their closer, Edwin Diaz, actually got booed on Monday and Thursday night following a blown lead to the Brewers in the first game of that series that they opened up with. His ERA is now over 11, so they got an issue with the closer. We know just in general they've had some other injuries around there. Does this change your feeling about the Dodgers? They're 4-6 in their last 10 games. We all know the ultimate goal and prize is the World Series there. They're trying to go back to back to back. I don't know about you. I still get the sense by the time we get to September, they get some guys healthier as well. And that rotation bolstered. I'm taking the low-hanging fruit here. It seems too easy, but I just feel like they will get this thing figured out. I'm not concerned. I don't believe when it's all said and done, the Brewers or the Phillies or some of these other NL teams are actually going to be able to knock them off.
This is that point in the Scary Movie where you kill the killer, right? And the killer's laying down on the ground and just laying there, lifeless body, and you're just like, oh, finally, the music starts to get softer. You start hugging your loved ones. All right, we've survived. We made it. Okay, we did it. The killer is dead. We can roll credits and get out of here. And then all of a sudden you see the killer's like thumb move, right? And the hand twitch, right? And then you're like, wait, that killer's not dead. And then he gets back up, and there's one more jump scare there again, right? That's where we're at right now, is the Dodgers are lying dead on the ground, and we're like, oh, yeah, they're beatable, right? This is easy. No. And then they come jumping up in October of all months, right? And make one more last jump scare, and that's the postseason. Last year, the Brewers swept the Dodgers in a season series, 7-0, right? Like, they just completely owned the Dodgers during the regular season. And then what did the Dodgers do in the NLCS? They swept the Brewers. So it's like you cannot take what they do right now for granted. Like, it's like look, should they have won on Thursday night against the Brewers? Yes, they should have. They had a 2-run lead into the 9th inning, and Edwin Diaz, the $69 million man, blew yet another save. He's got an ERA over 10 this year. He was bad before his injury. He was bad after the injury. I don't know if his illegal cockfighting ring getting exposed has been playing mental games with him or not, but clearly it's something is going on with Edwin Diaz. And he's not been good, to the point where if I'm the Dodgers, I'm starting to wonder if you leave that $69 million man off the playoff roster. Like, because he is a liability at this point. He's this year's Blake Trinan for the Dodgers. Like, it hasn't been good. But for everyone that's saying it's an end-all be-all that the Dodgers are going to win the World Series, let me take you back to last October. I mean, we were inches away. We were multiple plays away from us talking about the reigning World Series champion Toronto Blue Jays. Like they are beatable. It is possible. And they're showing that right now. They've got some, and yes, they're not fully healthy. Shohei just threw a bullpen session. He's going to be coming back and pitching in probably maybe late August, September, heading into October. They're going to get Tyler Glasnow back. Blake Snell came back earlier this week, pitched against the Royals and pitched amazing. Like they're getting healthier, but even when they went through the same thing last year. They had a 7-game losing streak, and the sky was falling for the Dodgers, and they're not going to be able to run it back. But then they ultimately did, but barely. And so that's what I'm saying is, like, the Dodgers are a beatable team. And in October, any baseball fan can tell you anything can happen, especially if the Dodgers cannot pass the Brewers or the Braves, and they end up in that wild card round like they were last year. In a 3 games, literally anything can happen. So for you to go ahead and write it up that the Dodgers are, hoisting their 3rd straight World Series trophy, becoming the first National League team to do so, I think we got to pump the brakes on that a little bit.
Maybe on ultimately winning the World Series, but in terms of being the NL favorite, in terms of getting the World Series, I mean, you listed off some of the injuries. All of a sudden, the bullpen's less problematic when Shohei's back in the rotation and when Glasnow's in the rotation.
Mm-hmm.
I just think that's going to solve a lot of their problems. There's also just the reality of when it comes time to really play in big-time baseball games again, I still trust this team. We're in the dog days of summer. I think it's very easy in August to kind of go through the motions a little bit. But when all you have done the last couple of years is win championships, we've talked about this on the NFL side with the Patriots run or the Chiefs run. You get bored of the regular season. You do. And that ultimately it's all about what happens in October.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's something that's happening here. If you're wondering where the odds are at over at BetMGM, I mean, the Dodgers are still, of course, the favorite to win the World Series by pretty decent margin. I believe the Yankees have the second best odds around like 7.5 or 8-1, but the Dodgers are around plus 170. And then the Brewers 9.5, Braves 11.5, Rays 11, 12-1 is the Chicago Cubs. Like the Dodgers still are significant favorites right now.
Yeah, and we kind of talked about this a little bit last week, but I've got this theory that obviously we all know, like, the Dodgers front office they're just smarter than everyone else. Like they don't just pay for the best players on the field. They pay for the best people in their front office, and that's why it's such a well-run organization. That's why their farm system is always stock full of prospects, and they can make amazing trades like for Tarek Skubal. But I feel like they have utilized the injured list to their advantage. I think that they strategically put guys like Blake Snell and Tyler Glasnow on the 30, 60-day DL in season to keep their arms fresh. And then they ramp them up around this time of year, late August, early September, to get them a few starts under their belt heading into October. And they've done that the last few years. I mean, like, if you remember, like guys like, like Clayton Kershaw and Snell and Glasnow, literally those two guys, Yamamoto in a couple years ago, like they literally will do this strategically, in my opinion. I have no proof or basis of this. This is a total theory and total guess, but it does feel that way, that they are almost saving their guys, saying, hey, I know you've got a neck issue or something, and I know it's not that bad, but we're going to keep you down and out for the count and keep you fresh until we really need you.
So the Dodgers will try to be able to get back on track as they get into the rest of this series. They did win their second game, against the Milwaukee Brewers. All right, coming up next, guys, let's get to the NBA a little bit. We saw the schedule release, not the full schedule, but we got opening night, we got Christmas. Let's take a look at some of those marquee matchups, what it might tell us about how the NBA season can go. We'll do that right here on BetMGM Game Day.
BetMGM Game Day, your weekend sports authority. Westwood.
We all love the sound of the bat hitting the baseball and a reward being dropped into your account. Take a swing each day in our free-to-play game. If you get a hit, you'll score a reward depending on whether your hit was a single, double, triple, or home run. The game exclusively available at BetMGM. Here's how it works. You play as the batter, select an area of the strike zone, and if you get a hit, you win a prize. You could win a $50 bonus bet, an odds boost token, a parlay boost token, or a same-game parlay boost token at BetMGM. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on another Saturday. We got preseason football going on. We just had another touchdown on the board, the first of the day for the Cleveland Browns. After review, the call was upheld. Casey Concepcion, the rookie wide receiver from Texas A&M, took it on the right end there for 14 yards. And again, the ruling was upheld. So the Browns up 10-0 on the Chicago Bears, part of a 10-play, 81-yard drive. Deshaun Watson, 8 of 9 for 102 yards on the day. A big chunk of that was a screen to Dylan Sampson, the second-year running back, which went for 43 yards. But you saw the speed there from Casey Concepcion on the touchdown, and so it's 10-0 there. You got the Bills up 10-0 on Carolina. Josh Allen with a sharp first drive. Ended a touchdown to Keon Coleman. They've already pulled Josh Allen out of that game. The Giants up 7-3 on the Minnesota Vikings as Jackson Dart just found Fields for a 15-yard touchdown. And earlier on that drive, Dart took a pretty decent shot, but was able to obviously get right back up and continue and cap it off with a touchdown drive. And now I believe that'll probably be it for Jackson Dart today. My guess is we'll probably see Jameis Winston here pretty soon.
Before we get into this NBA schedule, there's a scheduling note that I wanted to ask if you were made aware of, Alex. Do you know tomorrow, at least according to this one dude on Instagram, and I'm assuming TikTok as well, tomorrow is World Clap Day. Have you heard about this?
I have not. No.
Okay, so there's a guy, and look, to his credit, on Instagram, has over 1 million followers, okay?
Oh, wow.
August 16th at 10 a.m. Eastern time, okay? He wants the entire world to clap. Just one giant clap, right at 10 a.m. Eastern. So that'd be 9 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Mountain, and so on and so forth. It is, and he's got an entire schedule for everyone. So we're less than 24 hours away from this giant clap. Are you going to participate in the clap?
No.
Come on, dude, it's World Clap Day. Everyone needs to be in on this. We have to be in on this together.
I'm good. I'm gonna go ahead and pass on this one.
Alex, come on, Alex. First of all,
just hasn't gained enough traction, for me to get involved in it.
Okay, so how much traction would it need to gain for you to get involved? How much traction would World Clap Day need to get before you are like, you know what? I'm going to do this at 10 a.m.
Yeah, it needs to be a thing, man. Like, it needs to be a thing where it's all over social, where the local news is even highlighting the fact that tomorrow that the pro teams are encouraging fans to join them at a stadium and do it. That it needs buy-in from everybody from all over the world for me to consider doing this. Yeah.
So of the 9 billion people on Earth, you need 999
I'm not going to go text my friends in a text like, "Hey, you want to clap?" That sounds wrong. I can't do that.
Well, okay, you don't broach the subject like that, Alex. Yeah, you don't just text up, "Hey, you up? You want to clap?" Like you don't say that. That's not how you broach the subject. What you do is you do it in different terminology. You do it in different lingo. You say like, "Hey, man, like, did you hear about this World Clap Day?" That's kind of like how I broach the subject with you. And then, based off of what they say, then you say, "Hey, at 10 a.m. Eastern tomorrow, are you going to clap?
Let's clap.
And maybe let's get together and clap, right?" Okay, well, no, don't say it like that either. Don't just say, maybe let's meet up and we can partake or something. I don't know.
Sunday at 9 a.m. is just not a good time for me,
What do you? You're not going to be doing anything anyway. It's not like you're working out. You're probably getting ready for mimosas at your Sunday brunch or something. I strike you as a Sunday fun day guy, and you're probably just going to be putting hair gel in or whatever you do. And what's it going to hurt you to just go just one clap like at 10 a.m.
Yeah, you know what? So I am a big fan of Sunday Fun Day, although those are about now to end with football season. But I'm also, you know, this I'm on week 3 until I go to Vegas. I told you I'm not drinking or anything, so I don't even have that going. I'm on a 5-week no alcohol, 5 weeks of dry no alcohol here for another couple weeks.
And you know what? That right there deserves a round of applause. So why not start it tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time?
Look, I know you. You're the Instagram guy, so I expect you to have a whole video about this tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Okay, I'm looking him up on TikTok. Okay, if he has over under 2 million. Oh, geez, hang on. That's I gotta mute my phone. I'm pulling him up on TikTok. If he has over under 2 million followers, if he has over, will you participate? That's double his Instagram following. That would be 3 million followers on separate accounts.
Fine, I'll just clap at 9 a.m. I guess.
There we go. That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm looking for. So World Clap Day. Oh, geez, he has far fewer followers on.
Perfect.
He
I'm
has
out.
only
I'm
297,000. Dang it! Come on.
I'm good.
Okay. All right. Well, so I guess everyone on planet Earth will be clapping tomorrow except for Alex, old Ebenezer Scrooge there.
That's right. That's me, man. That's me. I don't like doing those weird things like that. I'm out like on the weird viral trend stuff. Not my favorite thing to do, honestly. Just not my.
You would have
vibe.
hated the Hands Across America movement back in the 80s when everyone tried to hold hands and link arms across the entire globe.
I don't know what that was that you and your coworkers were doing this week. I saw some video you guys were trying to mimic where you had a coworker on your back, and I don't even know what the hell that was. You guys were doing this.
Okay,
video.
we look, separation of church and state. Okay, we don't need to talk about what I do during the week here on the weekends. Okay, we don't need to get into all that. Someone just said, "Hey, it's a TikTok trend. We should do this," and I
you're the trend guy.
I'm
That's all right.
I'm a lemming.
The trend guy.
Yes. Right, and which is why I'm going to be clapping tomorrow, because I'm a lemming. If you say clap, I say how loud.
Uh-huh. Yeah. All right. Let's get to the NBA. Although now I'll be honest, I want to devote enough time to this. So I feel like we shouldn't even get started on the NBA. I want to talk about the schedule that's dropped. I'll talk about one element of it. So we got the opening night schedule. We got the Christmas Day schedule. And you and I knew once LeBron went to Philly that we knew we were going to get some of those matchups. But what I actually really like and what I'm interested in is that for the first time ever, we have opening night starting at 3:00 in the afternoon with the Celtics at the Pistons, Sixers at the Knicks at 7, and then the late game is Thunder Spurs, of course, a finals rematch. But this 3 p.m. Eastern time start, I actually kind of like it. As somebody that is doesn't have kids, that's off the air at 2:00 local time during the week, I actually kind of excited about this, that I will have basketball starting early in the day.
Yeah, we talk about it all the time with the other commissioners of the other sports. Like own the day, right? And it's our biggest complaint about baseball is there are so many holidays within the summer that you could own. 4th of July, you could have baseball games being played all day long, kind of like the NBA is doing here on opening night. Labor Day, Memorial Day, baseball could own those sports. I love that the NBA is doing this because the NBA is saying opening night, it's going to be a day-long celebration of basketball, starting when most of us will still be at work. So I kudos to the NBA for doing that. The one thing I don't love about the schedule is there's a few games on Super Bowl Sunday. Where as much praise as I'm going to give them for owning opening night, you also have to make way for Super Bowl Sunday.
Yeah,
do not try and go
head
to head against anything, right? Like I think I know the Bulls here locally have a game on Super Bowl Sunday, and it's like, guys, what are we doing? Like nobody's going to be caring about any other sporting event that day than the Super Bowl, and it's on Valentine's Day this year too. So You have to, there's a lot of factors in there that the NBA should have avoided that day at all costs. But I do love that they're starting during the day on opening night. I think make it an event, make it a spectacle.
Yeah, I didn't even know. I knew the opening nights and stuff. Where I guess I didn't even know that every single game was released. I didn't know about the Super Bowl thing. That's news to me. That's a terrible decision if in fact they're going
Right?
to have games on Super Bowl Sunday. But the Christmas Day lineup, I mean, it's
Yeah.
exactly what we expected, right? With Spurs at Knicks, Heat at Celtics, Sixers at Lakers, Thunder at Wolves, Nuggets at the Warriors. LeBron James was the reason why the schedule was held up. I mean, that was the whole thing. Adam Silver, made headlines that they were basically waiting on his decision to firm up the schedule, and now we actually have that. But Kevin Durant not playing on Christmas is a little weird. That's been something we're always used to.
Yeah, right. And one thing I do ask about the NBA too, because the NBA schedule is always on point, can we bring back the NBA themed Christmas jerseys? Do you remember those?
Oh, you like those? You like those?
I loved them. I thought it was just a nice little twist, nice little added element to the sport. I hated the sleeve jerseys. Don't get me wrong. The sleeve jerseys, they can burn forever. But the nice, like with the nice like Christmas font on the team's uniform, I love that. Make Christmas Christmas again. And you have to do something to compete now with the NFL, who's trying to step in your territory. NBA. Don't back down on that fight.
I know people have family stuff, obviously, on Christmas, but it is an unbelievable sports day. The combination of NFL games we have with this NBA schedule. But up next, let's talk about the Dallas Cowboys and talk some more NFL. Zach Wolchuk of 105.3 The Fan in Dallas is going to join us next year on Westwood One Sports.
This is Westwood One Sports.
The Bears just missed a turnover. Aggression. Who cares?
Watson.
No, I will say, like, he's such a big NFL guy. Like, you could hit up literally anything football related, and he's not going to talk about it. but the main team he covers is the Cowboys. So. Cool. I just figured, the Cowboys are playing tonight. That's why I got him. I figured he'd be good. Pickens, obviously. Maybe I would ask him, what does he think about the Cowboys, the amount of talking they've done this offseason? Brian Schottenheimer saying, we're expecting Super Bowl. Dak saying we're trying to be the greatest offense of all time. Shit like that.
Two o'clock out east here on Westwood One Sports. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. Coming up in 20 minutes, we'll talk more about the Minnesota Vikings, their decision to officially name Kyler Murray QB1, even though, as we kind of discussed throughout the show today, and really this offseason, never felt like it was a real competition between him and J.J. McCarthy. We're also keeping an eye on the 3 preseason games that are already underway. We got 2 more starting in 2 hours, and we got a couple more later on tonight. If you were wondering how Deshaun Watson is doing, Shedeur Sanders will update you on that in just a little bit. There's also the Dallas Cowboys in action later on this evening on NFL Network as they take on the Seattle Seahawks. To talk more about the Cowboys, that NFC East as well, we go out to the phones here on Westwood One Sports and welcome in Zach Wolchuk of 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. He also covers the draft for Crown Global Media, I apologize, and also member of the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network. Zach, great to have you on the show. I feel like with Dallas, anytime, we're talking about the Cowboys, yes, there's going to be comments from Jerry Jones in the offseason that have people talking, but I feel like on the field, the biggest swing for the Cowboys is whether or not this defense can even just be mediocre, can even just be average. Is the feeling in Dallas that if this defense just becomes league average, then that's all of a sudden a team that can certainly win this division?
That's spot on. I think that's what it's all about. Can they just get to middle of the pack? And with an offense that seemed like they were probably fighting for the best in football for most of last year, if they can carry that over, and I think that they will, they got a chance to even be better if the offensive line can step up a little bit. I think they're really, really excited about the developments of Tyler Booker going into year 2, their right guard, and then Cooper Beebe going into year 3 at center. Both those guys may be taking the next step. The shakiness will be at the tackle spot, which we could talk about later if you wanted, but it is. I mean, that's really what we're looking at on the defensive side of the football, the makeover with Christian Parker, Quinnen Williams with his big extension, getting Caleb Downs in a draft that was very defensive heavy. I think that's the expectation. And honestly, from what we saw out there at training camp, I think this defense is certainly taking a massive step to at least get to that stage where they could be in the middle of the pack.
It's been a big week for cease and desists, Zach, obviously with Jaden Daniels dropping one on his alma mater. Should Dak send one to Ben Johnson, who said he wants his offense to be the highest scoring offense in NFL history after Dak proclaimed, their mantra is GOATY, the greatest offense there is?
Yeah, man, the Gotti offense. Ben Johnson's trying to kind of pick that over. It's weird because I've seen some stats here lately. Like, you don't actually want to be the best offense in the NFL because those teams typically don't end up winning the Super Bowl. So maybe Dak's going to luck out. Maybe Ben Johnson and the Bears are 1, and then Dak and their Gotti offense gets to be number 2, and it ends up being perfect for them.
That's galaxy brain right there. Yeah, I love it.
You mentioned Caleb Downs, though, Zach. What does he look like, so far? Because it does feel like if he's the player that we all thought he was coming out of college, if that's actually what he is right away, I mean, that truly can transform an entire defense.
Caleb Downs is, for the draft coverage that I've been able to do now for 5 years with 105.3 The Fan, the draft show on DallasCowboys.com, and now with my co-host Brian Broaddus, who won a Super Bowl scouting with the Packers on Crown Global Media. Caleb Downs is the best player that I've gotten to study. For him to slide in the draft and the Cowboys to get him was the football god smiling down, and he's basically like Christian Parker is the coach on the sidelines, then he's got Caleb Downs, who is him on the football field. To watch those two together, the yin and yang, they're perfect for each other. It's a perfect marriage. It couldn't have fallen better for Dallas in that regard. The biggest problem was communication in the secondary. And if there's one thing Caleb Downs, he's already doing it as a rookie. He's demanded respect and command of that entire room. And he's talking, he's getting everybody lined up. He's going to be playing nickel slot corner. And initially, you got to go back and watch the tape with him at Alabama his freshman year, and you'll see him carrying tight ends like Brock Bowers and playing more man coverage as a corner, but he didn't do a ton of that at Ohio State. It was mainly around the line of scrimmage. So for him, it was, okay, well, if they want him to play nickel, how's he going to fare against CeeDee Lamb in the slot? Well, CeeDee kind of gave him a little welcome to the NFL moment early in camp. And then now there is legitimately a great battle back and forth where Caleb Downs is reading what does CeeDee want to do when he's releasing at the line, and he's jamming him inside, and now CeeDee says, he's taking that away. Now he's got to go out. That's the best thing about Caleb Downs mentally in his processing. He just doesn't make the same mistake twice. I don't think that you can have too high expectations for this dude, man, and that's the reason why I really am buying in to what this defense can be this year. I don't think they're going to be top 10. They're still a ways away. The pass rush, I'm not so sure if they're going to be good enough in that regard. But Caleb Downs is going to help limit the big plays that killed them last year.
We're entering year 2 of Brian Schottenheimer, and I got to ask you, with someone like kind of your finger on the pulse of the Cowboys, is this starting to feel more like Schottenheimer's team, or is it still, because it felt like in year 1 it was more remnants of Mike McCarthy's team and that Brian Schottenheimer just kind of took over? Is he starting to take more ownership of it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think when Shotty came in, and I think it's kind of an eye roll coach speak statement when you say like, oh, I want to have the best culture in competitive sports. But what he's done in terms of bringing in a lot of team captains that he's drafted and just the entire culture of the defense that he's been able to implement here, he's really got his fingerprints all over this thing. From a personnel standpoint, the type of team that he wants, he's got a vision and he's got a plan. And I think him being able, the success that he had with the offensive coaching staff, now being able to really go ahead and do a deep coaching search for Christian Parker and hiring his assistants, that's been huge. And I think Shotty really is now starting to be able to build and have the vision for this football team that he wants.
We're talking to Zach Wolchuk here on Westwood One Sports. He's the co-host of G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan down in Dallas. The NFC East, we were doing our divisional previews the last couple of weeks, and that division, maybe with the exception of the Commanders, to me at least, I can make a case, in my opinion, for the Giants. I can make a case for the Eagles, obviously the Cowboys as well. How do you view the NFC East, even though now the Commanders, maybe with that offensive line issue with the injury, doesn't seem like they're going to factor in as much?
I'm sorry, 1 second. Could you repeat that for me? I just broke up on you.
You're good. Yeah. I was your thoughts on the NFC East, just how competitive this division can be. I feel like if you narrow it down to the Eagles, Cowboys, Giants, I think all three of those I can make a case for.
Yeah, I think you're right, man. I think that this division has really taken a big jump in terms of the floor of it. Like, I don't think you're going to have anybody that's just a total easy out. If Jaden Daniels can stay healthy, I think Washington's going to be able to make some noise with Diggs and Terry McLaurin. That's a nice 1-2 punch at wide receiver. Their defense, much like Dallas, they added a ton of talent. Philly's the one that seems like they've kind of regressed. Maybe they're coming back to the pack a little bit. Bunch of question marks at quarterback there with Jalen Hurts and all the dysfunction with that offense. Defensively, they should still be pretty good. But the Giants are kind of everybody's darling. I think the Giants are going to be much better. I don't know that they're a playoff team year one under Harbaugh. I just don't buy the health of Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterbo. I just don't think those are two guys that are going to be able to play a full 17 games. But I do think that you're right. I could make a case probably for everybody but the Giants to win this division. I am going to take the Cowboys to do it this year, but I think it's going to be super competitive. I think all these teams could be anywhere from 7 to 11 wins.
There's one thing we know about the Cowboys. The one consistent that we have with this franchise is that come December, they'll still be talked about every day on national media, first takes of the world, everyone. They're going to have a Cowboy segment at some point somewhere on their show. My question to you is, in December, what is the reason they're going to be talked about on those morning wake-up shows?
I think we might have lost.
Wait, we got him?
Zach there. We'll try to reconnect.
Oh, no.
I think we lost Zach. You know what? You know what? He's thinking the Cowboys would be talked about because they're going to actually be in first place in the division. He didn't like your question, I think, is what it was, man.
Yeah, that's what it was. It's like, and look, I'm not naive. Okay, we are also a national radio show, and we are also talking about the Cowboys. So, like, we are falling victim to our own trap. But it is funny because it is like every year, good or bad, no matter where they're at in the standings or whatever, the Cowboys are talked about. And I'm always curious as to what will be the reason, looking ahead into the future. Will it be because Dak Prescott and that offense is lights out? Will it be because the defense is one of the best in the NFL, or they're more of what they were last year, which was, absolute terrible?
Yeah, I do think the defense is going to be a lot better in Dallas. And I think offensively, Dak Prescott, to me, always is, for whatever reason, underrated. Like, I still think he gets hated on more than he should as a quarterback. But to answer your question, the safest answer of why and what they're going to be discussing about the Cowboys in December is what Jerry Jones said after the damn game. That's the reality, right? Like, what line does he say after a game or on or down on 105.3 The Fan, right, on their morning show with Sharif and those guys? So
that's a great pull. In fact, our board op Grant, our guy behind the scenes here, he says Jerry Jones is the one who disconnected us with Zach. That's why he wasn't able to answer that question, because Jerry didn't like it, so he just pulls the plug on it right away.
Hey, look, Zach, I will say this, even Zach's station there, their morning show, having Jerry on, has provided us plenty of funny sound bites as well. I believe we've got Zach back on with us from 105.3 The Fan in Dallas.
Guys,
Zach,
I'm so sorry. I think you're right. I think Jerry was listening, and I think he basically just said, you know what, I don't want this guy saying too damn much right now.
That's what it is. That's it comes with the territory.
Yeah, Austin was asking you before we got disconnected just about what if the Cowboys are being discussed in December, what's the reason? I said maybe Jerry Jones said something, but legitimately, what do you think the reason will be in December that we're talking about the Cowboys?
I think it's Dak Prescott's playing again like an MVP candidate. I really think at the end of the day, if Dak can play the level of football that he played last year, I believe that really there's no way in hell that defense can be any worse than it was. It was historically bad. If it is, we got major problems, and then Shoddy might be fired. That might be the thing, okay? If the defense is worse, we might be talking about Brian Schottenheimer's getting fired here in December. But I really think it's just going to be the play of Dak Prescott, and that will be the conversation. Dak as an MVP candidate, but then also, okay, is this finally the time that he can get into January and actually do something to kind of get this playoff narrative off his back?
Now, Zach, I got to ask you a question. Just follow up there about Dak. I believe that Dak is one of the best quarterbacks in the sport. Obviously, year in, year out, he's consistently great. The problem is, like, if I got hired as the head of PR for Dak Prescott and Associates, how do I spin the narrative around it? Because is it just the fact that he is the quarterback of the Cowboys and there is that kind of Yankees disdain for the Cowboys franchise that people like to clown on him, or is it something else? Because I feel like he has done nothing but been consistent. And what is it that he needs to do to get over that hump to finally be looked at to match what his numbers have been as one of the best quarterbacks in the sport?
Yeah, I think it absolutely is. You're the quarterback of the Cowboys. And it was a similar conversation really with Tony Romo, even before Dak.
Yeah.
I mean, you had Romo-vember. He was amazing, and he'd be undefeated in November and have the Cowboys in a great position, and then he'd stink in December. And it was, okay, Romo is a choke artist, and he can't get it done when it matters most. For Dak, 2-5 in the playoffs. That's really what it comes down to. And then it's also health. You know, Dak's kind of in this stage now where the last 4 years, it's been healthy 1 year, banged up the next, healthy 1 year, banged up the next. So he's got to, prove can he stay healthy again throughout the entire season, but then it really just is, it's all January. It's all the postseason. If he's able to finally get this team to an NFC Championship game appearance, which as much as it pains me to say would be the first time in 31 years, all of a sudden, and if he could win a Super Bowl, now you're talking about history being rewritten, everything that people say and doubt about Dak Prescott, you're not even worried about it again. But him and Lamar Jackson, I feel like, are both kind of in that same category. Now, Lamar's got 2 regular season MVPs, but it's what do they do in the postseason? And for whatever reason, it's not always Dak's fault, but he has failed in the postseason, and that's really where he needs to go ahead and right the wrongs.
Well, Zach, this show is BetMGM game day, so I got to get your opinion on a betting angle, at least for the Cowboys this year as well, where the Cowboys look at 9.5 over/under win. Even money on the over 9.5. The under is -120. Based on how you've been talking about it, it sounds like you like the over 9.5 wins.
I do. I think they're going to be a 10-win team. I've got them at 10-7, which I think can be enough to win the NFC East this year. I think if you can get to 11, you're definitely going to win this division. But I think 10-7, it is a difficult schedule. If they start slow, I would probably be nervous about them hitting the over because the back half of the schedule, I mean, they've got games Seattle by the Rams. I mean, they play them 2 out of 3 weeks there in December. That's going to be an absolute gauntlet. But I do think 10 wins is realistic and I think a fair prediction for this Cowboys team.
Zach, listen, man, we want to thank you for joining us. There's, it's got to be nice that no matter where the Cowboys do the year before, that there is going to be at least someone in the media who makes an argument for the Cowboys going to the Super Bowl every single year. Even though I know it. Look, I know it's been a while, and I'm not trying to rub it in or hammer on that fact, but I'm legitimately saying it's got to be nice, right?
Oh, it is. I mean, the Cowboys are always they're giving us something. I mean, Jerry can't help himself, but there's always going to be some type of Kool-Aid drinking, and I am guilty of it. I'm buying in this year. I don't know that they're going to win the Super Bowl, but I do think they're going to be a much improved team and a playoff team this year. I think they'll be a division champ. Whatever happens when they get there, we will see. But I think the regular season, the Cowboys will certainly be a force to be reckoned with.
Zach Wilczyk of 105.3 The Fan down in Dallas, also member of the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network. Appreciate the time, man, and hopefully we have you on during the season. We're talking about the Cowboys being a very interesting team nonetheless.
Anytime, boys, anytime. I'm so sorry about Jerry so rudely disconnecting us like that. I'm going to have a word with him about it. I'll make sure that does not happen next time.
That's right.
No, all good.
That's
good,
exactly
Zach.
Right. Good stuff there from Zach, co-host of G-Bag Nation on 105.3, The Fan down in Dallas. Yeah, I mean, Jerry Jones is always going to give you content,
Right.
and they're going to be, I think, a much improved defense, which will make them legitimately a team to be talking about. But I mean, was it just this week? I think Jerry Jones was, I'll call it a mini victory lap about the Micah Parsons trade already, saying how happy he was that he traded Micah Parsons. Of course, Micah not available the first 6 games or so of this season due to the injury. And, they just gave Quinnen Williams this massive extension. And so right now he's liking the way that trade has turned out.
Yeah, no, typical Jerry. And it's like it is one thing. Like I understand there's a disdain for the Cowboys, but I mean Dak Prescott deserves more praise. Like that, I understand the record in January. What Zach said is 2-5. Like I understand that he has kind of failed in those, and in some ways failed spectacularly in those instances, but he has also put himself in those instances. There's a lot of quarterbacks that have not made the postseason as consistently and regularly as he has, and it's because of his great MVP type performances that he puts on in the regular season, which should not go overlooked. In this ring culture that we live in today, like everyone only wants to look at the final outcome of things, but you really have to look at the regular season because there's plenty of quarterbacks that do not put up Dak Prescott type regular seasons and wish they would, because that would ultimately put them in the playoffs.
No question. He's underrated. A lot of it has to do with him being the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys and just the narratives that surround him. But this offense should be phenomenal. I don't know if it'll be the best in football. I don't know if it'll be record setting or anything or the greatest of all time, but it's going to be a very good offense. And if that defense can just meet him halfway, I think the Cowboys have a chance to win that division. They will not be my pick to win the division, but I totally get why everybody is picking, or a lot of people, I should say, are picking the Cowboys to win that. All right, up next, though, let's get back into some of the action today, Austin, an update on the 3 preseason games that are going on, and a different quarterback, one that's trying to find success in a new place. That is, of course, Kyler Murray, QB1 in Minnesota. We'll talk about him next. Saturday. It is Westwood One Sports. It's BetMGM Game Day. You can watch the show on YouTube and Twitch. All you got to do is type in BetMGM tonight. That'll find this show, and you can interact on the chat over there. And of course, you can hit us up on social media as well, at Austin Huff, at Alex Gold. You can also call or text in to the show over at 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. We're keeping an eye on some preseason football. Again, 3 games underway, a couple more starting in about an hour and a half or so. Some of the headlines in the games thus far. One, Jamal Adams carted to the locker room, one to keep an eye on. Unfortunately, an injury there on Saturday. That's at a practice, by the way. That's not out of the game. That's at a practice today. Also, Jackson Dart with a touchdown pass to rookie wide receiver Malachi Fields, and that was a touchdown right after Jackson Dart had to take a trip to the medical tent, blue medical tent, because he was hit on a sack pretty good. That's the thing. Like, in all seriousness, man, this was a guy that was in the medical tent, Austin, 6 different times last year, and he's already went to the medical tent once this year in his preseason.
Already in midseason form, am I right, Alex?
Right, that's exactly right. Unfortunately for Jackson Dart. Also, the Browns, Deshaun Watson, Casey Concepcion staying on his feet for a touchdown on an end around for about 14 yards against the Bears. Deshaun Watson also has been strip sacked on a 4th down today in the Browns' 10-7 lead against the Chicago Bears. Go ahead.
That Browns-Bears game has kind of been one of note, as much of note as a preseason game can be, mainly because of the quarterback competition that we've got going on. And you know what? I'm ready to go ahead and decide it right here and right now. I'm calling it. The competition is over. All right. It is ending right here in this first preseason game of the year. Tyson Bagent is not going to beat out Caleb Williams. I'm sorry. I've seen all I need to see. I think it is Caleb Williams' team. He is the quarterback number 1 heading into week 1 for the Bears.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that to the table today. I'm glad you felt confident enough to declare that.
I'm going out on a limb.
Early
I
for you
get
to
it.
do it, so.
Yeah, I am. But I'm bold. And in Sports Talk Radio, you got to have bold, fresh, hot takes, and that's what we've got here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
So Deshaun Watson is still playing in the first half. I'm guessing we'll see Shedeur in the second half, but Deshaun 11-15, $126, been sacked. As I said, he was strip sacked. Dylan Sampson, 2 catches, 43 yards, and then Casey Concepcion with the touchdown. And I misspoke. The Vikings are, I don't know why I said practice. Jamal Adams, unfortunately, the Vikings are playing the Giants right now. So that was carted to the locker room. So we'll keep an eye on that. That's one to keep, hopefully, an eye on. That is just minor, but anytime you see that, that's not a good sign. He just signed a couple weeks ago to Brian Flores' defense. So I don't know any more details. I'll be honest. I just saw that come across the timeline.
You got Vikings on the mind, right? Just because of new QB1 in Minnesota. And the JJ McCarthy experiment, when all is said and done, right? How are we going to look back on JJ McCarthy's time in Minnesota? Because it felt like it went 0-60 with him being the guy, right? Like he was, and he came out guns blazing, and then very quickly, just as quickly as the rocket ship that was JJ McCarthy took off, it felt like it crash landed just as fast, which has just been wild. And I feel like now JJ McCarthy is like, he's not fully in that camp, but he feels like he is nearing the camp of like a Will Levis as like a backup that doesn't even really have much trade value.
No, I honestly think that where he's trending, sadly, is Josh Rosen. We all remember Josh Rosen.
That's a good
comp. Out of the league altogether. It feels like that. JJ McCarthy was hurt his entire first year. I get that. Then you're right. He had the big 4th quarter comeback on, what was it, Sunday Night Football, Monday Night Football, whatever that was. And little do we know that was the high watermark of his NFL career. And he never looked as good as he did in those particular drives. And you have Kevin O'Connell with those weapons. It's pretty damning. If I'm another GM and I say, he couldn't make that work with Justin Jefferson, with Kevin O'Connell. Look what Kevin O'Connell did with Sam Darnold. Like that's really problematic for me. I think there's a real chance JJ McCarthy's not in the league. I think he might be in your favorite league, the United whatever football thing.
Yeah,
that claims
baby.
to play
Come on
in the
over,
spring.
JJ. Yeah, UFL starting quarterback JJ McCarthy. Now that's something we can all get behind, right? Like as a big UFL guy, I would love to see old JJ suited up for it can't be the Birmingham Stallions because they folded earlier this year, but maybe the Louisville Kings, like see if they can run it back.
They're still around? Are they still around after they won?
Yes, the reigning UFL champs. You have a T-shirt. I bought you a Louisville Kings UFL champions.
It's a good gym
T-shirt.
shirt. I appreciate it. It's a good gym shirt.
You're welcome. Yeah, look, it should be. Honestly, you could wear it to most weddings. I'd imagine, right? Like I think you'd be the talking. You don't want to upstage the bride ever, but you're rocking that. You're best dressed in damn near any room you walk into.
I think so. I think that might be the case. Also,
I just feel like I just feel like it is kind of crazy that the JJ McCarthy went from the guy in Minnesota to nothing, and especially with the head coach of Kevin O'Connell, because that is a guy he's like the King Midas of quarterbacks, right? Whoever he touches turns to gold. You saw it with Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold's not winning a Super Bowl last year for the Seahawks without that year he spent in Minnesota under Kevin O'Connell. So I'm just like, if Kevin O'Connell sees you and is like, yeah, I can't do anything with you. It's like almost like the best mechanic in the world, and you drive in your rusted 1992 Ford Taurus, and they're like, yeah, there's nothing we can do about that car. Like that's like, well, if you can't do anything about it, no one can, right? And I just feel like JJ McCarthy's going to end up on the scrap heap somewhere.
Feels like it. I'm trying to. Is there a team out there that would give up a late round pick next offseason? Look at Anthony Richardson. Look at Anthony Richardson with the Colts. They're trying to showcase him to get, a 7th round pick or 6th round pick. I don't think anybody's going to bite there. I think these are guys that you just let them become available. Why? Eventually, the Vikings don't have long-term plans for him. Why are you rushing to give up any compensation? Let them cut him in a year or so if that's what they're going to actually do, and move forward. They're not going to cut him right now. He's clearly going to be the number 2 quarterback in Minnesota here in 2026. There's just no reason to do that now. But it's just a reminder, one, how difficult it is to succeed in the NFL no matter what you did in college. But that a player can look great for a game, and it doesn't necessarily mean that guy is going to turn out to be a great quarterback. But it does go down as one of the worst draft picks in NFL history. It just does. That's when you talk about quarterbacks that are first-round picks drafted as high as they were, and then so quickly they're not starting. It's not Jamarcus Russell, but it's in the conversation of those 5 or 6 quarterbacks that Josh Rosen, Russell, Ryan Leaf. He's in that conversation. I'm not saying he's at that level because he wasn't the number 1 overall pick, but he's not far off from that, given where he was drafted.
Yeah.
That's just the reality. You should not be already losing your starting job 3 years into your NFL career.
When you have to factor it in to the franchise he was drafted to. I mean, this is a Vikings team that literally, that's the highest they've ever drafted a quarterback ever, at number 10 overall. Like, they've never had a quarterback drafted higher than what JJ McCarthy did. And it's just crazy that you go in and you think you have your franchise guy, and then so quickly it's just not that. And I'm curious, look, could he turn it around? Maybe, but that's the thing. Like, if you can't make it work with Kevin O'Connell, who can you? Kyle Shanahan, maybe. Like what other coach out there could JJ McCarthy be paired with to where he makes a Sam Darnold type resurgence or turnaround?
The only one that would come to mind, I don't think it'll happen just because of their current situation. But if you're just saying, like, for a backup after they move on from, Trey Lance as the backup, could he go with his old college coach, go back with Harbaugh out to LA? But they have Herbert and they have Trey Lance, thinking of failed quarterbacks. So I don't know, but there's a connection, there's a relationship there at least. But I don't know. I think there's a real chance he's not in the league in 2 years.
Also, have you been seeing any of the camp footage that has come out of, speaking of the Chargers and Harbaugh, with Mike McDaniel, and just how giddy he is to be paired up with a quarterback like Justin Herbert after years of the failed Tua experiment in Miami. Like you can just tell he is like elated, like because Herbert can do so much with his arm that Tua never could.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it'll be successful to a certain extent. I'm not on the bandwagon of them winning the division. I think it's the Chiefs or Broncos that are going to win that division. I still think the Chargers defensively, I got major questions, wide receiver room, major questions. But if Mike McDaniel gets Herbert to put together one of his best years, that's what's weird. It's a great hire, so I'm not suggesting they shouldn't have hired him. But what's so weird, Austin, is if they have a good year, Mike McDaniel's gone after 1 year. I mean, like he just 1 year he gets a head coaching gig again. It's the bizarre thing. Like I'm not. Of course, it's a good hire. It's just it's a 1 year thing here, probably. If he's there more than a year, it means it wasn't good.
It's the same thing I said about Daboll in Tennessee. Like it's when you hire these former head coaches that are going back to their roots of being a coordinator, if they succeed, very rarely are you going to get a Josh McDaniel who just stays at that position and doesn't go back into head coaching, right? More times than not, they're looking to get back into that head coaching role. I mean, speaking of the Titans, Robert Saleh on the defensive side of the ball is literally that exact thing. Like he went back to being a coordinator for like a year or two, and then now he's back being a head coach again. It's just like the systemic nature of the beast, but it does stink for like, knowing that like your time is limited. Like you're almost like in a win now window when you have like an offensive mind like a Mike McDaniel working with Justin Herbert. Like you got to make it work this year. Otherwise, like Mike McDaniel very well may not be there next year.
Yeah. I think I think it's going to work out in terms of for Herbert, and therefore Mike McDaniel will be a head coach in the NFL in 2027. All right, coming up next here on Westwood One Sports, let's get back into an NBA trade that is on hold. What could happen there? Plus some more NFL headlines, including what's happening in these preseason games as we continue right here on a Saturday edition of BetMGM Game Day.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
There's still 2 QB battles ongoing.
Yeah, I just realized I just forgot to put something here, so I will see what we can get to here. Let's see. If we want, so I just put like a bunch of notable things from the preseason in segment 14. We probably won't have time to get to all of them, so I could just move this up, and then we could hit whatever we don't get to in segment 14. We'll just play it by ear. I'll move this up to start.
Over at BetMGM, use your MMA odds boost token on eligible MMA wagers and get more value out of your fight night picks. Whether you're back at a favorite, targeting an underdog, or building around the night's biggest matchup, your token can help turn a winning bet into an even bigger payout. Over at BetMGM, Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. Keeping an eye on some of the preseason action so far today. Also, what happened yesterday. I want to get into some of the storylines, but so far today, third quarter, Giants up 10-3 on the Minnesota Vikings. Jackson Dart, 3 of 4 for 26 yards and a touchdown. Jameis Winston's now in the game. He's 8 of 9 for 90 yards. The story in that one was Malachi Fields, the rookie wide receiver, with a touchdown reception. Also, that Jackson Dart did go into the medical tent at one point, but returned and threw a touchdown shortly after. In the Bills-Panthers game, it's 13-17 Buffalo on top of Carolina. Josh Allen did start this game. Great first drive and only drive. 6 of 8, 111 yards and a touchdown. DJ Moore, 3 catches for 61 yards. The touchdown pass was to Keon Coleman. Browns, Bears at halftime. It's 10-10. We were keeping an eye on that one with Deshaun Watson getting the start today. Shedeur Sanders will get the start in the second preseason game. Deshaun, 11 of 15 for 126 yards. A good chunk of that, 43 yards of that, was on a screen pass to the running back, Dylan Sampson. He also had a strip sack. He was stripped of the football on a sack on a 4th down play. That's the story of a couple of these preseason games that are going on. We're also about an hour and 25 minutes or so, or an hour and 20 minutes or so away from Rams, Chiefs, Jags, Saints getting underway in NFL preseason action, Austin. But over the week, we've seen some other games, and I think out in San Francisco, for a team that's got so many injuries, and especially with Ricky Pearsall out for the year, they're sure hoping Dejon Stribling is going to be something. 8 targets, 7 catches, 63 yards in his 49ers debut. All right, Austin's having some issues with his headset. He did not hear a word I said. I could be saying all sorts of things about him. He doesn't know a word I'm saying. So we'll get his headset and earbuds reconnected so he can hear that what we're talking about. But I wanted to talk about the 49ers for a second, because with that wide receiver room, and I know they brought back Deebo Samuel, right? We know that was a sign that they had to get once Ricky Pearsall was out for the year. But their draft pick in Stribling needs to have a big year for Brock Purdy, for Kyle Shanahan. And it's preseason. Don't want to overreact, but it was a nice showing for him the other night. 8 targets, 7 catches for 63 yards. Also had a 32-yard reception in that particular game. And then in their same division, on a different note, you had the Arizona Cardinals the other night playing the Las Vegas Raiders, and Jeremiah Love with 14 touches, 72 total yards, 70% of the snaps with Jacoby Brissett. Jeremiah Love, though, we got the update today that he's going to miss at least a week with an ankle injury, though, as they try to get that thing to calm down after he got banged up. And I know we can always play the hindsight 2020 game with why does this player play too much or not. But I'll be honest, even though Jeremiah Love is going to touch the ball probably 30-plus times a game in the regular season, it is a bit odd why he's touching the ball, Austin, 14 times in preseason game number 1.
Hey, it's like rookie hazing or something, right? It's like, hey, we're gonna make sure you don't leave training camp healthy. We're gonna our number 3 overall draft pick we're just gonna look. Welcome to Arizona, man. You've got to be this franchise's future, and we're gonna start that in preseason game number 1. If I'm a Cardinals fan, I'm like, all right, hey, look, we know that this Lamborghini can drive fast. We know the power that it has. We don't necessarily need to take it out of the garage for that long on day 1. Like, let's give it some time, and let's work our way up to that. Because I mean, look, he is a great player. Every clip I saw of him, it felt like I was just like seeing old Adrian Peterson highlights just in Arizona Cardinals uniform. Like it's weird how how much he resembles AP, and I would love to see it because look, you know me, I'm team running back. I'm team, let's let running backs win MVP, and I think Jeremiah Love is one of those guys that he has the explosiveness and the big playability to potentially make a case for it.
Look, for rookie of the year, absolutely. MVP is become such a quarterback award.
No,
right? It's
don't
always
say that.
difficult for me.
I know, but
It
we need
is.
to
It
start
is
the
though,
change.
man.
We need to start the
No,
change.
I know you're a running back guy.
We need to
former running back.
We play a big responsibility in that. We need to say, look, it's not okay. It's not okay that the MVP goes to the best quarterback on the best team every single year. That's not necessarily the most valuable player. The most valuable player is the player that if you take them off the team stinks, right? And I just think there's
And
been
if I
so many
take the
times
starting
where
quarterback, off, most teams they stink.
there have been some quarterbacks that have won MVP over the last few years, or the last decade or so, that I'm like, yeah, they probably didn't need to. They only won it because they were the best quarterback, or they were the quarterback on one of the best teams, I should say.
No, the award is flawed. I get that point. The award is flawed, but it's the most important position in sports, and so we just need to change the name of the award. It needs to be the Peyton Manning or Tom Brady of the Year award.
Yeah,
and that's what it needs to be. And we need to have a separate award. Now, Jeremiah Love, I will say, Rookie of the Year though, Austin over at BetMGM, he's a favorite. I mean, he's like plus 430, 420, depending on where you look. He's the favorite. Mendoza, who we're going to talk more about coming up in 10 minutes or so, and his debut for the Raiders. Mendoza's plus 470. Carnell Tate 5.5 to 1. Jordan Tyson is 7.5 to 1. Although Tyson's dealing with some hamstring injuries, and I hate to say it, this was the big question about him coming out of college. Man, can he stay healthy? Constant hamstring injuries, and already for the Saints, unfortunately, he's dealing with an injury there.
Yeah, it's the give and take of preseason football. It's like, yes, football is back, but then once you if your team has one of those guys that literally is down in preseason, it's just like, oh my gosh, you're just like, what the heck? You go to this extreme high of football is back to this extreme low of, oh great, season-ending injury, awesome. Like Laramie Tunsil this week, you think that was great news? It's just the headlines like that you just it's like walking through preseason football is like going through a haunted house. You're just at any corner something can jump out and scare you, and you're just hoping that it doesn't scare you enough to where you wet your pants.
Dude, I've got to a haunted house once, never again, and not because I wet my pants, but never again. And I actually got a text, I don't know, 30 minutes ago from somebody with season tickets for the Chiefs, and they wanted to know if I wanted 2 of their tickets for the preseason game today, which the preseason game starts right when we get off the air. That's the first problem with that. But to your whole analogy there, I have no interest in going to a preseason football game, and I'm not hustling over to Arrowhead right after the show. So that's a no. Preseason football, it's great if you have kids, man, and it's too expensive to take a family of 5 to an NFL game. I totally get it. If you're someone that, but going to a regular season game, you're not going to spend $1,000. But in preseason's great for taking the kids their first game. But I can't do it. Obviously I'm going to watch it on TV for my job and everything right after the show. But I have no interest in going to the preseason football game.
But in a way, it's kind of preseason for all of us, right? We have to, as fans, we have to get out there. We have to go through the motions. We have to work on our tailgating ability, make sure all of our meats are smoked, get the charcuterie boards out there, make sure that we are primed and set and ready for week 1.
Yeah, look, there were people at 10 o'clock last night waiting outside the parking lot gates to get in to get their tailgating spot, that happens for a regular season game all the time. That's insane for a preseason game. That happened here in town last night. I don't know what's going on with that. That's not necessary for a preseason game whatsoever.
Yeah, no, it's I get it. It's I just think like it's like we can't just allow the players to just go through the motions and we as fans not take some responsibility, right? Like we have to make sure that our stadiums are electric come week 1, right? So I'm just saying, just like the players have to, we all looking back, you should look back on preseason and say, yeah, we all rose to the occasion.
Yeah, the tailgating will be in full swing. It sounds like at some of these venues today. But preseason football, it's a good sign of football being back, but it can be brutal after the first half. Although maybe there's some intrigue in some cities because Shedeur Sanders is now in the second half for the Cleveland Browns game as expected. So there's your reason to watch the second half of this Browns game, is to see what Shedeur looks like compared to Deshaun, who again statistically the stat line wasn't terrible, but he did get sacked and lose control of the football on a 4th down play, which has happened far too often for Deshaun Watson. I didn't get a chance. I'll have to ask you in the next segment when we talk about Fernando Mendoza. I want to talk about your Titans. Maybe an underwhelming performance from Cam Ward. We'll get into that and what to expect from Darnell Tate, who did not get targeted really much at all. We'll get into some of those performances next year on Westwood One Sports. 3 o'clock out east here on Westwood One Sports. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. You can watch the show on YouTube and Twitch. Just search BetMGM tonight. You can chat over there. You can also hit us up on social X, Instagram, at Alex Gold, Alex KC Gold, at Austin Huff. Appreciate those of you that have been with us all Saturday long. Preseason football well underway today. A couple more games starting 1 hour from now. Shedeur Sanders is in for the Cleveland Browns. We'll keep an eye on his performance after seeing Deshaun Watson get the first half as expected of this game. We've got the Buffalo Bills in action with the Vikings, and obviously, as we mentioned earlier, today we also have the Vikings and the Giants. Vikings have a 3rd and goal from the Giants 1. For those of you that care about the actual result of these games today, a little bit later on. This hour,
hang on.
Austin,
wait,
go ahead.
Real quick, Alex. I'm sorry to interrupt. I just have to ask, and you have to be honest with us, okay? Because we are nothing if not 100% open with our audience. We are, want to make sure that we always have the curtain peeled back because that's how you build trust with your radio listening audience. Do you have any money on any games today? Be honest, because this is a guy that has put money down on the Hall of Fame game. Alex, do you have any action going today on BetMGM?
I do not. Nothing right now.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Nothing
Yeah,
right
nothing
now.
right now.
I did.
Nothing right
I
now.
did. I did bet on the total.
Maybe later.
The
There's
Hall
a
of
night
Fame
game. There's a night slate.
I had the over in the Hall of Fame game, so we're 1-0. I do not have anything on any of the games today, not even the Chiefs game. I told you guys during the break, the Chiefs haven't won a preseason game since 2023. I'm not going to bet on that. I'm going to put actually during the break. I was looking at some baseball bets I want to put in later on after the show for some of the games that start a little after 7 o'clock tonight. A couple of baseball games. I had a terrible bad beat last night. I don't want to talk about it, so we got to get back after it today, and that's what we're going to do, man. That's what we're going to do.
Hang on.
Get back out there.
Hang on. We sure, and I get that, and I appreciate your resiliency. We just talked about being open and honest with our audience. You had a bad beat last night. What was the bad beat? You have to come clean.
Yeah, I mean, it was not like an all-timer. It's just I had a little parlay cooking with the Royals to beat the Angels. They did that. I had the Dodgers beat the Brewers. They did that. And I had the under 9.5 in the A's-Rangers game. And it was 3-0 going into like the 6th. And then late in the game, it was 5-3 heading into the bottom of the 8th. And so the A's are up 5-3. I have under 9.5. And the A's I think they laid out a bunt. The catcher for the Rangers throws the third, goes past the third baseman. They score a run, and the inning just blew up. They ended up scoring like 4 or 5 runs in the bottom of the 8th. That one was rough. That was that was rough. Again, bad beat. It's not even the worst bad beat. That was just an ugly way to lose it.
No, but you were close to that full parlay, though. You were close to
yeah, it was like a 5-1 parlay. And again, parlays, small amount of money because they're parlays for a reason. And I try not to do them too much because they're generally speaking not a good bet. But yeah, I got to get back after it tonight. I'll find a baseball game or two that I like, and I'll go with that. Later on this hour, though, Austin, I was going to say we're going to get your review on Pat McAfee's new album. You promised. So I don't know if we can.
Okay.
I don't know if we can play. Someone was telling me behind the scenes maybe we can't play a snippet of it. I don't know how that works. There's people that are smarter than me. We played
do we have to? We'd have to pay him royalties.
But I don't know if. I don't know. We played 20-second chunks on our local show. I don't know. Maybe we're not allowed to do that on the network, so I'm not sure about that. Well, better safe than sorry. But
right.
we can maybe do that. We'll see. I told you before the break. I want to talk about some other preseason performances, though. Your Tennessee Titans. You're a Tennessee guy.
Mm-hmm.
If anybody is listening to the show, they know that. Lifelong Tennessee fan. And Cam Ward, big expectations for him. Robert Saleh, Carnell Tate. I'll be honest, man, and it's preseason. Cam Ward, though, a little underwhelming the other night. Like, what did you make of his performance?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he gave you any reason to feel better.
Yeah, I mean, look, as a Titans fan, I'm so scratched up and bruised and beaten just in life and just in general. It would take a lot for me to stray away from my just rampant pessimism. However, Cam Ward has been a bright light in what has been a dark era of Titans football, and he last year really towards the end of the season really did come on strong. Obviously, they were going through it. Brian Callahan gets fired 5 games into the season, and they're just kind of holding everything together with glue and duct tape by the end of the year. The entire basically staff is gone. They bring in Robert Saleh, Brian Daboll too, which I think was a fantastic offensive coordinator hire. And you're thinking, okay, if Daboll could do this with Josh Allen and at the college ranks, surely he'll be able to make take the positives that we saw last year from Cam Ward and make him even better. I believe he'll do that. Yeah, the Thursday night was bad. I've always been, and especially when my team is bad, I've always been a proponent of you can't overreact to preseason. Would you have liked to have seen him do better? Sure. The underneath stuff he was connecting on, which was a positive sign, right? Calvin Ridley had a few nice plays. But it was the deep stuff. It was the explosive plays that he wasn't really connecting on. And that's somewhere that he really thrived in last year. Like he was able to hit Calvin Ridley, Alec Iomanner, who I talked about earlier, should be on everyone's fantasy watch list this year because I think he's going to be, him and Cam have a connection unlike I think anyone else in that receiving core. Carnell Tate's only going to add to it. So I'm not concerned. My level of concern right now is probably a 3. Then again, my expectation for the Titans as a whole is probably at a 4. So it's, it's not that far off. But I do think that I think he'll get right, and I could very well see the Titans coming out, laying an egg the first month of the season, starting off 1-3, maybe even 0-4 or something, but then starting to put it together once you hit October, November, and then just because I know this franchise so well, they'll inevitably probably lose 3 or 4, if not all 4 in December, and miss out on another year of the playoffs for sure. So that's basically my prediction going into it after one preseason game. But I don't think you can read too much into it. I think Cam Ward is going to be a very special quarterback in the league. He just, and especially now that he is paired with a guy like Daboll.
And that's the thing. Like to me, it's such a big year just because of that. He's got a legitimate offensive coordinator. Carnell Tate's a top pick. The backfield is serviceable. It's not like some elite backfield, but it's serviceable with Pollard and Spears.
1,000-yard rusher last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the defense, we all think he's going to have a complementary defense now. Robert Saleh should be able to transform that defense immediately. They also were aggressive in free agency on the defensive side of the ball. So all that sets up where the excuses shouldn't be there anymore for Cam Ward. So there needs to be a leap here in year 2.
Yeah.
And I think there will be. But there absolutely has to be. Otherwise, we're sitting here in January and saying, wow, he's really not that dude. So it's a massive year for that. And I think they'll improve. I've told you, I think they're like an 8-win football team, which would be a huge step forward.
Yeah, no, I think so. It will be interesting to see how Cam Ward, because this is his second year in the pros. It's his second offense that he's learning, right? And I think that's one of the reasons why it kind of came out so poorly in that week 1. And if you go back to college, this is a guy who transferred in from Washington State to Miami. So really this is like his 4th offense in probably 5 years that he's learning, right? So it's, there is a lot of that. I think he's smart. I think he's extremely talented. I think he's one of those. The Titans post about it all the time. He's the first one into the facility every single day, even beats the coaches and everything. He's just one of those hardworking guys, and I respect that about him. And I think in the long run things will be great. I think he's going to have some bumps and bruises along the way. I think it's going to take a bit to get there. You got to go through the thorns to see the roses. But I will say this though, we are getting. I just got an email from the FCC. I think we are getting fined here on Westwood One Sports because as a national entity, we have spent way too much time talking about the Titans. You're not legally allowed to talk about the Tennessee Titans for this long on a national program. What are we doing? I think you and I are both gonna lose our jobs over this.
Well, then let's quickly pivot over to the Raiders, shall we? And talk about let's talk about the Las Vegas Raiders, where they fill up their stadium with opposing fans on a regular basis. Fernando Mendoza, he made his debut the other night, 10 of 16 for 97 yards and a touchdown in their game against the Arizona Cardinals, I should say. And yeah, I think there were some good things from Mendoza. Kirk Cousins also looked sharp. He had a touchdown on his only drive of the night. And I still think no matter what Fernando does in this postseason, Kirk Cousins is starting week 1. I tend to think he's at least getting 3-4 games. Kirk Cousins is until Mendoza gets an opportunity. I think when you look at why you brought in Kirk Cousins, not just to help out Mendoza, but like you brought him in because you think he's going to need to eat some games for you. And I think you got to make sure that your offense with Clint Kubiak, who's brand new, is established enough to where you're at least allowing Mendoza to succeed. Kirk Cousins is in there when it could be ugly. The O-line might stink. You're trying to get that wide receiver room, which we were discussing earlier. If it's not the worst, it's like the second worst receiver room in football with Trey Tucker and Naylor and Jack Beck or whatever. I mean, it's brutal. So I don't want to throw Mendoza in there until those guys are maybe a little bit better, or I know I can protect my quarterback. You don't want this turning into a David Carr leading the league in sacks rookie year kind of thing for Mendoza.
And that's what I was going to ask is, what do you think is worse, the Raiders wide receiver room or the Raiders offensive line?
The wide receiver room now. I think the wide receiver room is so bad. Yeah, I mean, Trey Tucker is your number 1. Seriously, he should be a number 3. You know, when you look at seriously though, like Jalen Naylor comes over from the Vikings. He was what? They're 3 or 4. He's now the 2 in Vegas. I don't like it, it's brutal. Now Brock Bowers, we understand, is one of the best tight ends in football.
Sure.
If he's healthy, that
right.
Ashton
Ashton
can act as a
JT.
number 1. You know, but man, it's just
it's
a lot of work there for Clint Kubiak and company.
Yeah, it's right. And I don't know how the Raiders honestly bounce. Like I don't know like how they fix that, right? Like because you've got this I mean it's going to take at least another year or 2 before you can you know, through free agency, through the draft, through whatever, to basically find the recombobulation of that entire wide receiver room. Like it's a tall task at hand. You've got the most important piece with Fernando Mendoza. You need to fix that offensive line, I think, next. Because if you've got a good quarterback, you can make a star out of any wide receiver, in my opinion. I think the most important aspect is take care of that offensive line first, and then you can work on getting, you know, the stars to shine in that wide receiver room.
How long do you think it is till Mendoza starts, though? I think you and I are a little different in our thinking. I could see maybe his first game is against the Chiefs because it's at home, week 4 or whatever it is, week 5 of the season. Otherwise, I think this gets pushed to much further along in the season. I think Kirk Cousins, if you set the over-under on games started, and let me set it at, I don't know if you think this number is fair. If I set it at 6.5, are you taking the under or the over?
I want to take the over. I want to. I just wish teams would. I've harped about this so much on this dang show of just I wish teams would like stop throwing your assets to the wolves before they are ready. Let them sit. Every great quarterback, aside from maybe like an Andrew Luck, aside from maybe a Peyton Manning, has sat for a year or longer and like gotten a chance to
get acclimated.
I guess like to get acclimated. Thank you. That was the word I was looking for. It escaped me for a second.
Good.
To get acclimated to the NFL, right? Every great quarterback. And so why would you not, if you're going to invest a number 1 overall draft pick on a quarterback, why would you not do the same with him? Like keep him. Well, I talked earlier. It was the analogy I made where it's like you get money in your birthday card, right? Put that money in the bank. Don't go out and spend it right away because you're going to only spend it on something that, you know, who knows, in a year from now won't be any good. Or go out, put it in the bank, let it accrue, get that interest, and that money will turn out to be far greater than the money you got in the card in the first place. So that's the way I view starting quarterbacks in the NFL. Rookie starting quarterbacks in the NFL. Just do not start them. You've got Kirk Cousins, Clint Kubiak. You're a first-year head coach in Las Vegas, right? Like, you're not on the hot seat right now. And aside from you literally just going out and pulling a Randy Moss and mooning the crowd every week at your games, you're not going to get fired in year one. You've got a leash, so use it, and use Kirk Cousins, and use this year to teach Fernando Mendoza and get him up to speed to that NFL level. And then next year, if you want to start him week one, do so. I'm telling you, it's worth the investment.
I would be floored, though, if he doesn't start at least a game this year. You're saying
he's going to. He's going to.
Yeah, you're just saying that's what you would do. I understand that. Yeah, I would be shocked if he doesn't start a single game. I think the earliest, again, is week 4 for Mendoza, but I could see this stretching into late October before we see Mendoza get the start for the Las Vegas Raiders in year number 1. Thinking of coaches, though, you brought up, the hot seat doesn't really exist in year 1 for Clint Kubiak. Let's talk about first coach odds to be fired. Those are some offshore odds that are out there. I want to take a look at those. I saw those this week. Let's get into who could be the first coach, though, that is axed in the 2026 season. We'll do that next here on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. The action starts here. Westwood One Sports.
There's 7 preseason games today, and we're
I thought you were gonna say videos of football players getting cut. Like, I don't know why. I thought that's where you were going there.
Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on Westwood One Sports. Keeping an eye as we have throughout the day on preseason action. It is now Shedeur Sanders time in Cleveland. They're in the fourth quarter, trailing the Bears 24-20. Shedeur 6 of 10 for 79 yards, including 3 yards on the ground. Deshaun Watson got the start, 11 of 15 for 126 yards. Casey Concepcion with the lone touchdown of the day for the Cleveland Browns. The Vikings up 13-10 on the Giants. But we are well into the backups across the board. I mean, the Vikings are on their fourth quarterback of the day. We've seen Carson Wentz, J.J. McCarthy, Kyler Murray, and Max Brosmer all play today.
As you were talking about Shedeur Sanders playing with the Browns, he proceeded to throw an interception. So,
lovely.
Yeah. Do I go ahead and do I tweet it out like everyone else on Twitter? Just I say, Shedeur Sanders is already looking in midseason form. Do I thumb out that tweet right now?
You could do that. You could do that. I mean,
it's such a funny joke.
Look, this is perfect for the Browns season. I mean, Shedeur Sanders throws a pick earlier. Deshaun Watson strip sacked. I mean, it's Browns football. It is midseason form, man. It really is.
Yeah, it's such a funny joke. It's right up there when people say, like after someone hits a home run on opening day of the NFL season, like, oh, he's on pace to hit 165 home runs. It's supercilious. Like, it's so funny. Great job, guys.
Austin loves him. Austin loves all of it, guys.
Keep them coming. They never get old.
Did I mention you can interact with us on social? You can follow me at Alex Gold, or you can send your jokes to Austin at Austin Huff. If you would like as well.
You know what's funny is you say that, and every year around like April, I always lament about people that do mock drafts. Right? I did it on this show. I just hate mock draft season because everyone's got a mock draft and nobody else cares about anyone else's because they don't end up being right anyway. Every year, still to this day, people will tweet me their mock drafts like, because they know how much I despise them. And so it's my mentions. I almost have to like mute Twitter. I have to lay off Twitter between the months of February and April because it is just nonstop, just a barrage of
I believe it.
Mock drafts.
Yeah, I definitely believe it. All right, let's keep talking NFL. But as I mentioned, coaches that maybe are on the hot seat. These are offshore odds, full disclosure. But first coach to be fired. Not will they be fired. They got to be the first coach fired, though. If you want a refresher, last year, your Tennessee Titans head coach was the first coach fired, Brian Callahan. And we all know now Robert Saleh's there. Go back to 2023. It was Josh McDaniels of the Raiders, first coach that was fired. So here are the odds. Aaron Glenn of the Jets, the favorite to be the first coach fired in the NFL this season. He's 2-1. Todd Bowles, second best odds to be the first coach fired at 5.5-1. Zach Taylor in Cincy, 7-1. Shane Steichen in Indy, 7.5-1. And I'm not going to list all 32, obviously, but then you got Brian Schottenheimer, 10-1. Dan Quinn, 12-1. Nick Sirianni at 12-1 as well. What do you make of these odds starting at the top? Then I'll ask you for maybe a dark horse guy that could find himself in a bit of trouble early on in the year. But look, I'm not surprised to see Aaron Glenn and Todd Bowles at the top of the list. I'll be honest, with all due respect to them, I thought both should have been fired after last season. Todd Bowles, to me, makes too many in-game mistakes. Aaron Glenn, I just don't think is long for that job anyway. So I get it. I'll be honest, though, I don't think Aaron Glenn's the first coach fired. I think it's more likely Todd Bowles is fired before Aaron Glenn. I think the Jets just going into the season, there's just a different understanding about the type of year it's going to be. Todd Bowles, I told you I'm way down on the Bucks. Vita Vea wants out. Baker's not having out the contract. All this. I think Todd Bowles is going to be the guys with the odds at the top. I would think it's more likely Todd Bowles is fired before Aaron Glenn, before Zach Taylor, and even before Shane Steichen.
See, I think it's like two superpowers converging, right? Like it's like which is stronger, Todd Bowles' like in-game mistakes and coaching, or Baker Mayfield's ability to play with a chip on his shoulder when he is in a contract year, right? Like
Fair.
I feel like the latter is far greater than the former. I think Baker Mayfield will play well and have the Bucs playing well despite Todd Bowles and his coaching errors. I break this down into tiers, right? Like I think it is different tiers based off of coaches that are on the hot seat and could be fired this year. I think Aaron Glenn, Todd Bowles, I agree. I think they are tier 1. I think Aaron Glenn is going to be the first to go because I think if they start off, what were they, like 0-7 last year to start the year or something? Like if they have some horrendous start this year, I think Aaron Glenn has shown the door Brian Callahan style, right?
Okay.
Todd Bowles, I think that would be an end of season. I don't see them firing him in season just based off of how winnable that division is at any given moment and the pieces that they have in play there. Now, tier 2 is interesting because these are guys that like you wouldn't necessarily expect. But Shane Steichen was one that you mentioned in Indy. I think if they struggle out the gate, they've had so much promise over the last few years. Obviously, Daniel Jones going down with the injury was very unfortunate for them. But I think that they, too, are in a very winnable division. Obviously, it's going to be hard-pressed to overtake the Texans and that defense and resurgence that Liam had in Jacksonville. But I think that if they are firmly in that 3, or if the Titans emerge and the Colts find themselves in the 4th spot in the AFC South for much of the year, I think Shane Steichen could be let go in year. But here's the other one, and this is one that you've actually thrown out before, Alex. A name that could be fired in season if hell hits the fan, right? Zach Taylor with the Bengals. Where are you at on the possibility of Zach Taylor being shown the door in season? Not just at the end of the year when all is said and done if they miss the playoffs yet again.
The only reason why, maybe since he wouldn't fire him in season and wait till the end of the year, is their owner's just known for being cheap, and I don't know how much money he could save by waiting till the end of the year. I'm serious. I mean, honestly, that might play a role. But I'm with you. I mean, Cincinnati looks to have improved their defense. We'll see if they actually have. But there's been way too much underachieving happening in Cincinnati under Zach Taylor. I think they're going to be good enough where he's not fired, but yeah, the path there for Zach Taylor is fairly obvious. They have a slow start out of the gates, which has been over his coaching career a problem. Not last year as much, but they've had terrible Septembers historically under Zach Taylor. If that happens again and it's the same story, I could see that. The name, though, I'll be honest though, man, these are way further down the board. That's interesting. I don't know about, remember, this is first coach fired, not just will he get fired. At some point, if the Texans and CJ Stroud just have a horrendous year, and you're like, how's that possible? They were in the playoffs last year. The defense is too good for this probably to happen. But when does DeMeco Ryans start wearing some of the blame, as great as he is on defense, for not being able to find an offensive coordinator for CJ Stroud? How many OCs does DeMeco Ryans get to hire for his young quarterback? It's been too many already. I think they're on their 3rd or 4th in his coaching career.
Yeah.
I could see it. I don't think it'll go bad enough, but at some point I think it falls on him. He's 50-1. And then the other one, just because of the injury situation and everything that has happened in the past with that team, I do wonder a little bit about Kyle Shanahan at 40-1. But again, he's not first coach fired. I mean, that's crazy. I think he would just part ways with the organization in the offseason. They're not firing him first. No chance.
Yeah, it is interesting. Now, do you think there's any of the new head coaches? Do you think we could see a one and done this year in the NFL? And when I say
don't
new, that
think
also
so.
includes it includes like a John Harbaugh or like a retread. Like just any of the new hires in year one. Could they be gone?
I don't think so. Now you might be onto something about Harbaugh only because if it's like the Pete Carroll route where it just is a complete disaster, and we're sitting here in November and they have one win or something. Maybe New York media market. He probably is the only one of the new head coaches that has a chance, and it's only because of it being in New York and the expectation. But like Joe Brady, he's not getting fired year one. Jesse Minter's not getting fired year one. Halfley, they all understand where they're at. Everybody in Miami actually think is very safe because they all know it's going to to be a rough year or two. I mean, it's just an understanding.
Right.
Mike LaFleur,
their job security
is
just being bad.
Yeah, honestly, you might be right. The only new head coach in this cycle that could get fired this year and be one and done might be John Harbaugh. And I don't think it's happening because I'm higher on the Giants. But if it just was Pete Carroll all over again, then he might be the only one with that path. Yeah.
I want to throw another name into that tier 2 with Zach Taylor and Shane Steichen, a guy that if things continue like they did last year, because last year was just a mess, that a guy that could get fired in season if things just continue to get hairier than like Snuffleupagus or whatever in DC is Mr. Dan Quinn. I think it is very possible that things could turn awry there.
I'm with you. We had a guest on, was it last week or 2 weeks ago, Austin, from DC, and I asked about Dan Quinn's job security, and he thinks it's a lot safer. It would have to get super ugly. But I don't know. I'm with you. I don't know about first coach fired, but I mean, if we're just saying the 5 coaches that every offseason we see get fired, Aaron Glenn, Todd Bowles, Dan Quinn, Shane Steichen. I mean, those are the not locks, but those are pretty strong picks to be fired after the year.
You know what we should do? We should have like a draft. We should have a fantasy draft where we just go back and forth and take coaches, and then whoever gets the first fired, gets something. We'll get a trophy that we'll pass around from year to year.
We a draft of coaches to be fired. It's kind of like the death pool, but for coaches. Okay, I got it.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
We can do that.
A guy, which to his credit, when you have death pools, and let's be honest, we all have some with friends and family. One that I've had for years, which to his credit, he's been hanging in strong. The actor who played Mr. Feeney in Boy Meets World, he's still kicking. It's going strong. To his credit, well done, Mr. Feeney.
Oh man, how old is he now?
He's got to be 107 at least. Like hold on, I'm looking it up. That's a great question.
Mr. Feeney.
William Daniels, he 1927. He's 99 years old. 99 years old. Actor William Daniels. How about that? Yeah. So
Austin's like, what the hell, man? You thought you had one locked in.
I thought I had one locked in, and honestly, he's been my lock for the last 4 years. And no, he's going strong. I got to give him credit, man. I keep going, dude.
That is, by the way, that's a look.
Maybe we'll do that next week. Yeah. What does BetMGM have for death pool odds? Do they have that listed on market?
Yeah, that's offshore for sure. That's definitely offshore. That's definitely some offshore odds or something like that, or some prediction market that's offering that. All right, up next, we'll get a final update on what's going on in some of the preseason action, what we're expecting from a few rookies in the games taking place later on, including a couple that are starting in 25 minutes or so. We'll do that here on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day, your weekend sports authority. Westwood One Sports.
The Jonas Brothers will be going down under.
Week
the
one?
Jets.
Dude, I was.
I feel like BetMGM players will receive a WNBA odds boost token. To use the token, add a WNBA wager to your bet slip and activate the token. And if you win your wager that was made with the odds boost token, you will receive extra winnings and unrestricted bonus dollars over at BetMGM. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. Final 15, 20 minutes or so of the show here on a Saturday. You can watch the show on YouTube and on Twitch. So before we get out of here, and I do want to get your final thoughts on the Pat McAfee album, and maybe you have an announcement to make. I don't know if you've got an album on the way. It wouldn't surprise me, honestly, Mr. Country Music Radio guy. I figure that might be something that's in the pipeline for you.
Okay. First of all, no, because I know my lanes, right? Like I know how to stay in my lane, and I mean, honestly, you could say that me branching or getting back into sports talk after I spent a decade plus in sports talk radio. Then I get a job in Chicago at US 99 as the country morning radio host, and in that, like, I'm thinking, okay, well, now I'm a music radio guy for the first time in my entire career. You could say that me diving back in and dipping my toes back into the sports talk radio waters is my Pat McAfee dropping an album, right? It's like I shouldn't be doing this, right? Like there's so many far talented
not even
people
close
that
to the same
should be
thing.
doing this.
Not even close.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty close. It's pretty dang close. So there's probably people that are like, the naysayers of Pat McAfee album are probably saying the same thing about me getting back into sports talk radio, which I completely get. Look, Pat McAfee, you're a punter, dude. You're literally a sports media mogul now. You don't need to diversify your portfolio. You don't have to go the roots of literally everyone in music right now trying to drop a country album. You're not even in music and you're trying to drop a country album. In my opinion, in terms of making music, I wish he would just take a page out of AJ Hawk's playbook and just stay quiet.
Look, Pat McAfee is immensely talented. He's obviously wildly successful as well.
Of course.
In general, I actually do enjoy most of his takes. I think what happens when you get to a certain level, though, whether it's financial or with power, nobody wants to tell you no or will tell you no.
Yes.
Now, part of
you
being
need no men in your group. Every posse needs a no man.
You need some people to say, hey, man, you don't need to do this. That's the first thing. The other part is, I do think in his defense, I don't know this because I'm not in this financial position, nor will I ever be. When you are filthy rich all of a sudden, I think isn't part of that like doing whatever the hell you want? And he clearly wanted to come out with a damn country album. And so they both can be true. You need people that tell you no, but also part of being filthy rich is you go do whatever the heck you want.
Sure. I equate it to when Morgan Wallen got overly served at Chiefs in Lower Broadway one night and chucked a chair over the roof, landing below, leading to his arrest. Like, look, yes, you're right. When you get to a certain level of fame and money, you do things just because you want to do them, right? Like that, you could say that chair had it coming, whatever. But all I'm saying is like, that doesn't mean you should, right? Like, yes, you can do what you want, but it doesn't mean you should. And I think that Pat McAfee dropping this album is equivalent to Morgan Wallen dropping that chair. It's harmful to others, and it's nobody wants it. It's unsafe. Don't do it. Don't do it, Pat McAfee.
I haven't looked to see, on Spotify or something if this song is made it up higher than we actually believe it would, but it definitely has been trending. 49,000 monthly listeners is what it says right now so far on the album for Pat McAfee.
I don't know, man.
The most popular one is Pitbull and a Mugshot. Oh, actually, other than the single, Dookie was the single he put out from the album a couple weeks ago. Dookie and then Pitbull and a Mugshot. Both two things he has. Pitbull and a Mugshot. That's the whole thing.
That's true. Is Dookie a cover? Is that a Green Day cover?
I have no idea.
Probably not.
I've listened to
it's
5 of the
an
songs.
Original.
I will say, I have listened to 5 of the songs. Better than I thought it would be. But it does sound like the beats. It sounds like a lot of like new country, right? It's like the same kind of cliche beat for the most part. And then my thing is like the vocals. He's not a good singer. There's no way it's so doctored. It's got to be so doctored. He didn't all of a sudden turn to somebody that can sing. He has a very Southern accent, and he's from. He went to West Virginia. He's from Pennsylvania, but it is a little weird. We were joking, my co-host and I, on our local show. Now it doesn't matter because Keith Urban's from like New Zealand, right? And Shania Twain's Canadian.
Yeah.
But like he was basically like, where did this Southern accent come from out of nowhere from Pat McAfee? It's kind of funny, but.
Yeah, no, it's so just like out there. Like if you want to, even if you wanted to, like, it's just country music. Look, don't get me wrong, I love it. I love that country music is having a moment right now. Obviously, we've seen Ella Langley at the top of the country.
She's great.
The Billboard Hot 100 charts for like 15 straight weeks. Like she's toppling Mariah Carey's "All I Want for Christmas Is You" records, right? Like she's doing insane things in the country world right now. I just don't think, and everyone is now seemingly getting into. You saw Lana Del Rey is like, I'm dropping a country album. Dwayne The Rock Johnson is like, I'm dropping a country album. And now you've got freaking Pat McAfee saying, I'm dropping a country album. It's like, I was like, back in the day of the podcast boom, everyone was like, I'm launching a podcast. If there's 9 billion people on earth, there's 11 billion podcasts in the world. It feels like that podcast boom has somehow shifted into the country genre. And now everyone's like, I'm launching a new country album, check me out on Spotify.
I'm just telling you, I mean, by the holidays, we need the BetMGM game day like holiday album or whatever. We gotta come up with something, a country version of the holidays.
Well,
yeah, we
could be Rascal Flatts Tire. That'll be our name. Yeah.
Yeah. We could. Anyway, congrats to Pat McAfee on the album release and bustling music career now as well, apparently.
Yeah, it's just, man, AJ Hawk, I think had the best take on Pat McAfee's new album when he said, and that's a direct quote. That is a direct quote from the Pat McAfee show of AJ Hawk.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not lying. That's exactly what he said.
Mm-hmm. Right. And then my favorite part, we can move on. My favorite part, honestly, is every ESPN. Look, again, I think Pat McAfee is great. I really do mean that. I think he's so talented.
Yes, he is. Very talented.
I think he's so talented.
Yes.
But yesterday was a bit much. Like, he had Kirk Herbstreit and all these ESPN coworkers coming on, stroking his ego, saying how amazing the album is. Like, what are we doing, people? What are we doing?
I saw
Kirk
Dan
Herbstreit's
Orlovsky
like, man, the
praise
lyrics
it.
are so deep and impressive, man. Like, stop. What are we doing? What are we doing?
Kirk Herbstreit, another guy who like moved to Nashville late in life, right? Like it's what new Nashville is. Dan Orlovsky, what worst moment in his career, praising Pat McAfee's country album or stepping out of the back of the end zone when he was with the Lions? Because honestly, I think it's a toss-up at this point.
Oh, man. Don't get me started on Orlovsky this week. He did his QB traits. I guess now this is a new segment we're bringing to the show. Bash on other media people. That's how we end our show now. It's a new segment we're starting.
That's how we should end every week.
Yeah, we're going to start doing that. Basically, who do we want to complain about in the sports media world? We'll do that.
Mm-hmm.
Dan Orlovsky did his quarterback tiers, but it was off of traits, right? And so, mobility and pocket presence and decision making and whatever. A different way to do a tier list, and good for him for that. But it was so absurd. Like he had Josh Allen better at every single trait than Patrick Mahomes. He's saying there's not a single thing Patrick Mahomes does better than Josh Allen. It's just so ridiculous. He says not a single thing that Mahomes does better. Like, get out of here.
I mean,
come on.
Escapability for one, right? I mean, like,
for
Josh
sure,
Allen
that's
is very
fine.
good at it. Don't get
Mahomes,
me wrong, but
he ranked
escapability
top 10.
would be one. Yeah,
he ranked top 10, and if you weren't in the top 10, you were unranked. Mahomes was unranked in like four categories, but Josh Allen was above him in every single category. I think it's a bit right now for Dan Orlovsky to get attention. I'm not sure. Or someone did the math on the correlation. Like 5 or 6 of the quarterbacks are also CAA the agency
Oh,
that
yeah.
represents Orlovsky. They're also the guys that represent Josh Allen and these other guys. So it's
Well, that's
it's
like
got out
what
of
he was
hand.
saying. What was his take going into the NFL draft? Was Fernando Mendoza wasn't better than our Alabama guy who went to the Rams.
Ty
Why am I
Simpson.
blanking on his name? Ty Simpson. He said Ty
yeah.
Simpson was better than Fernando Mendoza. And we were like, dude, did you watch the Rose Bowl?
Man, I guess we'll find out through their NFL careers, but yeah, it's just I think this goes back to like sports talk radio nerdy stuff, but I think for a while, hot takes and were the thing that everybody gravitated towards and got attention. I would like to think that we're seeing a shift in sports media towards more authentic content is what people want. People are done with people aren't fooled anymore by the clickbait stuff as much as they were 4 years ago. I think we've gotten smarter. I think audiences have gotten smarter. They want people to be authentic. You might think I have a stupid opinion. You might think it's a dumb opinion, disagree with it, but I'm going to tell you what I actually believe. And that's been my whole big thing, even just in general. It's like my philosophy on doing sports talk radio. But like, I hate people that are just phony and make up stuff to get attention. It drives me crazy. And I think people are getting smarter about not falling for that anymore.
Right. You need to be authentic, which, side note, when are we doing our country album? When are we going to drop our show's album? I'll be Carrie underwhelming. You can be George Straightjacket. And our group name will be Little Big Yawn.
Perfect. Yeah, we can get that album. I'm sure Zach, our producer, would love to produce his first country album as well. He can help produce it, and Grant as well. All right, that's gonna do it for us here on Westwood One Sports. I hope you guys have a good rest of your Saturday. More preseason football on the way here in the next 5 minutes or so. As a matter of fact, we will talk to you guys next Saturday here on BetMGM Game Day.